الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا وسيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. أما بعد، أرحب بكم جميعا. I welcome all of you once again. We're going to continue reading from الملخص الفقهي of our noble Sheikh العلامة الدكتور صالح الفوزان بن فوزان حفظه الله وغفر له ولوالديه وللمسلمين والمسلمات. باب في أحكام الجنائز. Tonight we're going to begin reading in this chapter, very important chapter, أحكام الجنائز, rulings and regulations pertaining to funerals, death. This is a very important chapter because there's a lot of innovations, especially in this one. A lot of innovations. People innovate a lot. Even in this very serious time, death. So we're going to learn the Sunnah as pertaining to when a person dies, because we're all going to die. At the moment when a person is very sick, while they're dying, once they die, what to do, what to say, what not to do, what not to say. At the washing, the shrouding, the burial and the like. قال الشيخ في المقدمة حفظه الله: إن شريعتنا ولله الحمد كاملة شاملة لمصالح الإنسان في حياته وبعد مماته. He says, indeed our religion, this legislation, walhamdulillah, meaning Islam, is perfect, complete, comprehensive, and includes all the benefits and the good for humanity, for the human being, in their lives and even after their death. Even after death. ومن ذلك ما شرعه الله من أحكام الجنائز من حين المرض والاحتضار إلى دفن الميت في قبره. From that is what Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has legislated from rulings and regulations pertaining to funerals. From when a person is sick until when a person is dying, facing the agony of death, and therefore death, burial and the like, and putting a person, whether it be he or she, in the grave. These are the things that Allah has legislated for us subhanahu wa ta'ala and made clear for us what to do in this critical moment. من عيادة المريض وتلقينه وتغسيله وتكفينه, such as visiting the sick. And if the sick is very ill, then you encourage them to say La ilaha illallah. That's what is meant by talqeen. And then the washing of the body, the shrouding, Salati alayhi wa dafnih, likewise the funeral prayer, performing the prayer on the deceased, burying them in the grave. وما يتبع ذلك من قضاء ديونه وتنفيذ وصاياه وتوزيع تركته والولاية على أولاده الصغار. And even after death, after burying the person, still there is many other things that we Muslims do for others, such as paying off his debt, if a person leave a debt behind, carrying out their will. They leave a will to be carried out, distributing the inheritance that he has left behind. And if a person have left young ones, minor children, then still Islam teach us that someone, whether it be in the family of the deceased or somebody else, take care of the minor ones. قال الإمام ابن القيم رحمه الله, and then the Shaykh, he mentioned a statement for Imam Ibn al-Qayyim, this great Shaykh al-Islam Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah, in his great book Zad al-Ma'ad, the provision for the hereafter. He says rahimahullah, وكان هديه صلى الله عليه وسلم في الجنائز أكمل الهدي مخالفا لهدي سائر الأمم. Says his way and his guidance صلى الله عليه وسلم in funerals is the perfect way, opposing the way of all of the previous nations, مشتملا على إقامة العبودية لله تعالى على أكمل الأحوال وعلى الإحسان للميت. Because we Muslims, we are commanded to worship Allah in every moment of our lives. Some people forget about this because of their ignorance. When somebody died, whether his father he loved so much, or his mother, or his wife, or her husband, or their baby, or their young daughter or young man that they love so much, some people out of ignorance, they stop worshipping Allah because of that. They don't stop praying. And when they are commanded, okay, let's go to the masjid, they said, masjid? You think that's the last thing? That's the last thing on their mind, they say. Don't you see I'm in pain and you tell me to go to the masjid? SubhanAllah. La, this is also in this serious moment, critical moment, we should always remember we are servants of Allah. And we worship Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala all time. وعلى الإحسان للميت ومعاملته بما ينفعه في قبره ويوم معاده. نعم. The way of the Prophet ﷺ teach us, and we learn this from his guidance and from his sunnah ﷺ, from his biography, his seerah, that Islam teaches us to be kind and good to the deceased. Even if a person died deceased, we're still commanded to be kind and gentle and nice while dealing with his body. And we should become binding upon those who are dealing with the deceased, that they should do for him that which will benefit him or her in their grave and when they meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, even before they die. من عيادة وتلقين وتطهير وتجهيز إلى الله تعالى على أحسن الأحوال وأفضلها. SubhanAllah. The guidance of the Prophet ﷺ, his hadi, his sunnah, his way, teach us to visit the sick person. When we hear someone is sick, we visit them. We make dua for them. And if they are in critical conditions, we encourage them to say La ilaha illallah. And then we purify the deceased. Once they die, it is to be washed and purified and prepared in the best way before to be put in the grave, because they're going to meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because alhamdulillah, we believe, and it's from our aqidah, that once we die we're going to meet Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala on the day of resurrection. It's not like ignorance who do not believe in the resurrection. And they say once a person dies, that's it. We believe in the resurrection, in al-hashr, wal-ba'th, wal-nushur, wal-adilla kathira, the adilla are many. فيقفون صفوفا على جنازته سبحان الله يحمدون الله ويثنون عليه ويصلون على نبيه محمد صلى الله عليه وسلم. Look, subhanallah, it's amazing. Even when a person dies, we do all these things. He is to be washed, shrouded, and in the best way, not just anyway, pour a bucket and keep going. No, subhanallah, thoroughly, very nice. The way they are washed and the way they are shrouded in a most efficient way. And then after that, the Muslims, they stand in prayers, in ranks, to perform the funeral prayer on such a person. And while standing in that position, they praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and thank Allah. And they send the salat on the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. وَيَسْأَلُونَ لِلْمَيِّتِ الْمَغْفِرَ وَالرَّحْمَةَ وَالتَّجَاوُزِ. And in that salat, the Muslims, they make dua for the deceased. Naam, because this is the sunnah. They make the dua for the deceased, because the sunnah is that the imam will make takbir and the people behind him make takbir after him. After the first takbir is the recitation of Al-Fatiha. That's where you praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and thank Allah and glorify Allah in Surah Al-Fatiha. After the second takbirah is the salat on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. And after the third takbir is the dua. You see, because there is a moment of silence. The imam is silent, but he's not silent. After the first takbir, the imam is reciting Al-Fatiha, not loud. The second takbir, we hear that the imam is silent again. No, he's not silent. He's reciting, he's saying the salat on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, Allahumma salli ala Muhammad wa ala ali Muhammad to the end. And after the third takbir, even that gap or that silence is even longer, because the imam is making dua for the deceased, as the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam did. And we too, the people behind the imam, they make the dua. Look how this beautiful religion care about the people, care about the Muslims, the believers, even after their death. So they ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to forgive this person, to overlook their mistakes and their shortcomings. Ask Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to shower His mercy upon this person. ثم يقفون على قبره. And even when they bury that person, still before they leave, they stand right at the grave area and they make dua for him. Especially يسألون له التثبيت. At that moment when they finish the burial, before they leave, they make dua. Sunnah is that, not in jama'ah, in a loud, but everybody make dua, they face the qibla. And mainly they ask Allah to grant that person who they just buried firmness. Because they're going to be asked and questioned by the angels in their grave. ثم كذلك زيارة قبره والدعاء له. Likewise, it was legislated for us to visit the graves and to make dua for the Muslims. SubhanAllah. It's not like bury them and forget about them. No, you continue. Even they died, you make dua for them. Ask Allah to forgive them. كما يتعاهد الحي صاحبه في الدنيا ثم الإحسان إلى أهل الميت وأقاربه وغير ذلك. Still Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah tells us the hadith and the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ in his way, his perfect way. So this is how Islam teaches us. And this is what the Prophet ﷺ did. He took good care of a dead person, as we're supposed to take good care of one another when we're still alive. And also from the beauty of this religion, that it teaches us to be kind and to do good with the family of the deceased. The family of the deceased. أي نعم. قال وغير ذلك. So this is only amongst other aspects that highlight the beauty of this deen of Islam and the perfection of the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. قال الشيخ صالح حفظه الله: ويسن الإكثار من ذكر الموت والاستعداد له بالتوبة من المعاصي ورد المظالم إلى أصحابها والمبادرة بالأعمال الصالحة قبل هجوم الموت على غرة. Says it is recommended for all of us to constantly remember death. We shouldn't forget about death. We should remember death a lot. Remind one another about death. Read about it. Listen to talks and lectures about it. So that will help us to prepare for it. Because everybody will die. As a human being, we will die. No one will live forever. No one is exempt from this one. كل نفس ذائقة الموت. Every soul shall taste death. So, when we remember, we prepare for it, the Shaykh says. SubhanAllah, remember when a person have a court date, a very important court date. If they don't remember it, what happened? If they don't keep reminding themselves, or somebody put notes on the fridge and I don't know where, and what will happen to them?
Or for their arrest.
They will forget. And perhaps they may not even show up, right or wrong, and make it even worse. But usually people, if they have a very important court date, what they do? I'm asking you.
Prepare for it.
Huh?
Prepare for it.
They prepare for it. How they prepare for it?
They're loyal. They were sleep at night due to tension.
Huh?
They were sleep at night due to tension.
I know, subhanAllah, the closest the date comes, some people can't even sleep. They prepare. What they're gonna say? What answers there is? We're gonna be asked. What is the correct? Because they're not gonna accept anything. What is the proofs? I know. And people do that. When it comes to dunya, they do that. They put that date on the fridge, on their cell phones, on their wives' cell phones, their children's. Reminders here and there. They talk about it a lot. MashaAllah. Nobody asks him question. Right after Salat, yeah man, next month I have this hearing. Nobody asks him a question. Because it's in his mind. Constantly. People said to him, Akhi, look, next Saturday we're going to go eat something. Oh, I don't know if I can eat anything right now, man. You know, his hearing is on my mind. Can't even eat. Look how serious. But people forget about death. People commit haram like they're not going to die. Not going to die. When they go and do what they're doing, disobeying Allah, neglecting the obligations, perpetrating the haram, it's like they have guaranteed that that will not happen to them at that moment. No, they're not going to die that afternoon, no. An angel of death is not coming to them that evening in that house. No, they're going to do what they're going to do. It's the angel of death, like they sure. No, angel of death is not coming to this house. Subhanallah. And that's from Jahl. That's why knowledge put us back on the track. Some people, they be away from the track. So the Shaykh says, you remember death a lot because that's what's going to help you and help us to prepare for it. With what? With tawbah. That's how we prepare for that. By repenting from sins. Make it up for the people we have wronged. As related to their honor or property or wealth or the like. And hastening to do good deeds. Do righteous good deeds. Before death come upon you, you don't even know. Death doesn't send you a warning or a warrant. Death doesn't send you a warrant coming to get you next month. But death will come all of a sudden. Don't know. And don't you think that only sick people die? Only 100 people plus die, like 100 years old or plus die. No, everybody die. There's a lot of people, they're very sick. They've been in the hospital for years. They're still alive. A young, strong man, just graduated. They're gone. You know, babies die in the womb of their mothers. But here is the question, are we prepared to die? One of the Salaf, he says, if you said to one of us, are you ready to die? He says, no. Most definitely I'm not ready to die now. Why? Because I gotta do a lot of good deeds. I gotta do good deeds. Then Allah give him time and don't do no good deeds. Subhanallah. And then Allah give many of us, alhamdulillah, we're still alive. We don't know if we're gonna make it for tomorrow or not. So you have to act immediately and be sincere. And may Allah help us. قال النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أكثروا من ذكر هذه اللذات. The Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, he says, أكثروا, not just once a while, constantly increase the remembering of the one who destroys the desires. The one who destroys the desires, or the destroyer of desires. What is that? هو الموت. هاذم اللذات. قال هو الموت. It is death. And this hadith is collected by Imam At-Tirmidhi on the authority of Abu Hurairah radiallahu anhu, والنسائي وابن ماجه وابن حبان والحاكم. And Imam Al-Albani rahimahullah ta'ala, he said this hadith is Hasan Sahih in Sunan Ibn Majah. SubhanAllah, we human beings, we wrong ourselves, especially in a moment of weakness. Because of the weakness of Iman. We don't know Allah the way we should know Allah. We are weak in the Tawheed al-Asma' wa-Sifat, the Tawheed of the names and attributes of Allah. Because that's how we know Allah, through His beautiful names and attributes. That's why you find us guilty if one of us wants to disobey Allah. He hides from the people. Go and make sure 3 times that the door is double locked. The blinds are down. Nobody is in the house but him. Check all the rooms just in case somebody there. He live alone. And all of that while doing what he's doing. If the wind come and move the blind, he's like, oh, somebody come in. He's afraid that somebody, a human being like him, will see him, but that person who could be me and you, we forget that Allah sees us. It's not like a person have no respect for Allah, but with that strength of Iman that will tell me and you, if I cannot do this in front of a human being just like me, why am I doing it in front of Allah? Why am I doing it in front of the one who created me and fashioned me and nice to me? And yet you find us, a human being, try to act nice in front of those who are taking care of us. If somebody in a family or whatever taking care of you, mashallah, buying you good things and giving you money, helping you big time in your life, and you want to act in front of them in a most nice way. You don't want that person to know any bad things about you, right or wrong. Around that person you act nicely, you behave good, you don't even talk. Why? Afraid that you may say something that doesn't earn his approval, and he may like, man, this guy, and he stops taking care of you. And what about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala who's taking care of us for real? And even the human being, if he's taking care of you, it's only because Allah wants that. So this is why we need to learn, and we need to remind one another about these things. Knowledge helps us, because we're human beings. We wrong ourselves. Shaitan is still alive. Okay, Shaitan doesn't give up. The nafs, the soul, call you to the evil, the environment. That's why when we get together, we always get together and talk about dunya. There's a lot of things that remind us of the dunya. We live in Ummud Dunya. We live in the mother of the dunya right here. And we still not talk about it? No, we remind one another, Akhi, are you ready? Oh yeah, I'm ready. Some food? Food? Now you're ready for the grave, brother. Talking about food. Let's ask ourselves these questions a lot. Are you ready, Akhi? Somebody may have no clue. It's like, ready for what? For death. If the angel of death comes to take your soul right now, are you ready? You think you did what you could? Alhamdulillah, you have tawbah, you got everything. So some people, they like, subhanallah, ahyaytana, as the Salaf, when they used to remind one another about death and preparing for the hereafter, they used to say, ahyaytana, you brought life back to my heart, man. Because some hearts is dead. The hearts get rusty. They need to be polished. Some hearts are dead. They need to be revived. Some hearts are like rocks. Need to be softened a little bit. Like the dough, when you're making a dough, people make no dough now. Everybody take a trip to Walmart. But ask your mother or grandmother to make a dough, or those who are still making it, while they mix in the water and what? Sugar? Flour. Now, at one moment, if the dough is hard, what they do?
Knead it.
Huh?
Knead it.
They soften it. Because they can work with it like that. They have to soften it. And they know what make it soft. Whether like warm water, or they work with it with their knuckles and the like. Likewise, we need to know the condition of our hearts. What do you have? What do you carry in your chest? A dead heart? A rusty one? Do you want a rusty fork in your drawer? You open the drawer where there is the, what do you call them? Utensils? Silverware. And you find one rusty, nasty looking spoon. What do? You grab that one, right? And you use it to eat? No. Huh? You're like, what happened with this? At least you raise some concerns. Well, likewise, ya ikhwan, sometimes we make poor decisions as related to the things we say, the things we do. And that's what, like, at that moment, you don't need to wait until the Imam may not be mentioned something about the condition of Jumu'ah. No, at that moment you will say, wait a minute, subhanAllah, this is rusty. This is no good. I'm a Muslim. Shouldn't be talking like this. Shouldn't be behaving like this. What's happening to my heart? And then you polish it yourself. Wait for somebody to do it for you? No, you do it. And then you will see what are the things that get you to that. And you will find, number one, away from the remembrance of Allah. Not remembering Allah much. That's number one. And then you're going to say, why? You ask yourself, why I'm not remembering Allah much? Then you will try to find the things that keep you away from remembering Allah. Television, bad friends, dunya, away from the good people, hanging with the bad crew. See? And if you really care about your heart, because if the heart is dead, what are you going to do with it? You can't ride a dead horse. A dead engine can get you nowhere. That's it, it's dead. Well, likewise, a dead heart. Person is still alive, but can't make no good decisions. And we, at least, we be concerned with what's wrong with us. The same way we're concerned with our cars. Some of us, subhanAllah, he knows. Just when he cranked the key, she's wrong. He turned it off immediately. We're not going. No, I'm not going. Why? I don't want to mess with my engine. What's wrong with the engine? Those who don't know, it's like, listen, man, I just hear it. Those who don't know, they're like, this guy crazy. You hear that? You listen to the engine? Yes. What happened? No, just the way it sound is not right. I'm going to keep it until somebody see it before you get what? Worse. People that are driving, smoke coming out of the hood. What they do? Still driving, they don't care. Until they're stuck in the highway. No. That's why some of us, we keep doing bad, from bad thing to another bad thing, and we know. Until we're stuck in some very bad, messy situation. Amen. So, the Shaykh Habibullah Ta'ala, he says, and this is one of the fruits of remembering death, because those who are serious about death, and they know, and they believe that they will stand in front of Allah on Yawm al-Qiyamah, and they are not going to be coming back to this dunya to fast or to do this or to pray or to say sorry or blah. These people now, they're going to be very serious about making serious moves. Serious moves preparing for death. أولا أحكام المريض والمحتضر. Sheikh is going to mention now the rulings and regulations. As we mentioned, this أحكام الجنائز. We're going to learn this chapter many rulings and regulations. Number one, أحكام المريض والمحتضر. What we're going to learn in this chapter, inshallah ta'ala, and for a while we're going to be reading, inshallah ta'ala, couple of pages, alhamdulillah, the rulings of a sick person. And also al-muhtadir. Al-muhtadir is the one who's is about to die. He's in the agony of death. قال إذا أصيب الإنسان بمرض فعليه أن يصبر ويحتسب ولا يجزع ويسخط لقضاء الله وقدره. First he says, he given us some advice, the Shaykh Habibullah, he says, when a person gets sick, because we're human, you get sick. Doesn't matter how big you are, muscle man, this, strong guy, you eat. You're a human being, you can get sick. viruses are out there and bacteria and diseases. It takes a bite of a little insect, you don't even see it when he bites you. Something you eat and the like, you get sick. So what is now, as a Muslims, when we get sick? Because subhanAllah, sometimes people, they go to a regular checkup, right, with the doctors, and then they do the doctor says, look man, we need to do some blood work and blood tests. They do blood tests and then said, can I talk to you one-on-one, you see? And he's like, look man, we have to do some more tests. Is there something wrong, doctor? I don't want to say anything right now, but you know, there's just some more blood work, and we will talk then. They do some more blood work, then it's like, yes, what I thought it be is, yes, you have this, you have that, you have this. The real serious illness. So what a person do at this moment? Muslims, Alhamdulillah. No. Especially if you've been afflicted after 30 years of good health. 30 years you're enjoying. Some people, they are born sick. Talking about man, some people after 50 years, now you got diabetic. Oh, that's it, the end of his life. Why him? He's ruined, he's doomed, that's it. SubhanAllah, they forget 50 years of good health and strength and good mind and intellect. Some people are born with illnesses. See? I said, Alhamdulillah. If I cannot see now, I've been seeing for 50 years. Alhamdulillah, this is good for me. Because if a person go mad, and is he going to change something? He ain't going to change anything. Relax. It's going to take away the reward for those who are patient. It's gone. And it's going to make it worse for him or her. Say Alhamdulillah. The Shaykh says, show patience and seek the reward. Yahtasib. Seek the reward, because Allah, SubhanAllah, this is another chapter itself. If we want to open, I don't even want to open the window, because I may just start talking about something else. But I share with you one hadith in Riyadh al-Salihin and in Sahih Muslim. The Prophet ﷺ says, مَنْ يُرِدِ اللَّهُ بِهِ خَيْرًا يُصِبْ مِنْهُ أَحْسَنْتِ. See, I'm talking about this, not the faqih fi din. See, يُصِبْ مِنْهُ. If Allah wants good for a person, He put that person to trials, and person be sick. Yeah. Yes, Allah wants good for you, Ya Abdullah, when you get sick. So you get mad? Allah wants good for you. When you get sick, because it's purification of your sins. On account, you are patient. Don't say, why me? Oh Allah. Never, ya akhwan. لا تجزع ولا تسخط. But rather you submit to the qadar of Allah. You accept, because Allah is al-adl, the just. Allah is al-Rahman, al-Rahim. He wants good for us. ولا بأس أن يخبر الناس بعلته ونوع مرضه مع الرضا بقضاء الله والشكوى إلى الله. He said, it's okay to mention what's wrong with you to other people, as long, you know what's wrong with you, for example, as long as you are pleased with the qadar of Allah. Not complaining. And you turn to Allah, you ask Allah. You don't ask the people, don't complain to the people. Oh, I'm sick, man. No, you're complaining to someone just like you, what are they going to do? Nothing. So those people who constantly talk to others about, he's this, he's that, they're complaining against Allah. Because Allah is the one who afflicted them and put them in that position. And one of the Salaf, he saw a person complaining. He doesn't have anything, to another person, he's this, he's broke, he's going through hardship. And he said to him, Ya hada, أتشكو من يرحمك إلى من لا يرحمك. SubhanAllah. Look at the fiqh of the Salaf. He said to him, you're complaining against the one who is merciful to you, to one who show you no mercy? To the one who will show you no mercy? At this moment you be patient. Subhanallah, from the Salaf is amazing. Sometimes when you read the biography of our noble Salaf predecessors, you will find that a man for 40 years been sick, nobody know in his family. Nobody know that he was sick, he deals with it. Nobody. No complaining. Some people, as soon as they get sick, everybody knows. Text message, I couldn't come, I'm sick. Just in case if you call me, I'm not going to answer the phone, brothers. Send it to 5,000, I don't know. If just in case you want to call me, I can't answer the phone right now. I'm in the bed, sick, very sick. Make dua for your brother. Wahid. One of the Salaf, he says, for 40 years he cannot see with one eye. Nobody from his family know about that. Nobody. For 40 years. Nobody know that he couldn't see. Ya subhanallah.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
قال الشيخ حفظه الله: وطلب الشفاء منه لا ينافي الصبر، بل ذلك مطلوب شرعا ومستحب. And the Shaykh, after he advised us to be patient when you're afflicted with any illness, be patient. Praise Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, say Alhamdulillah, accept the qada of Allah. Say Alhamdulillah, this is good for me, inshaAllah, so you can get the reward from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Don't act as ignorance. They forget the favors of Allah upon them. Why me? Why this? Why not? Why not others? And this and that. I'd rather you be patient. He says, however, seeking cure doesn't go against being patient. It just doesn't mean that a person, just be patient, meaning don't even go to the doctor or don't take medication. No, it's okay. You are patient, but you still can take medication, inshallah, no problem. Actually, rather, it is from the Shara. It is from what Allah has legislated for us. It is recommended, actually, that you seek the cure. It's recommended. And the Shaykh mentioned the ayah in Surah Al-Anbiya. أيوب عليه السلام نادى ربه وقال أني مسني الضر وأنت أرحم الراحمين. And he mentioned that the Prophet of Allah, Ayub, Job, he invoked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. He called upon Allah and invoked Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, as Allah tells us in the Quran. And remember in Surah Al-Anbiya, chapter 21, verse 83, and remember Ayub, when he cried to his Lord, verily distress has seized me, and you are the most merciful of all those who show mercy. Subhanallah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says, فَاسْتَجَبْنَا لَهُ فَكَشَفْنَا مَا بِهِ مِن ضُرٍّ. So we answered his call and we removed the distress that was on him. So if you're sick or your loved ones are sick, ihmadillah, say alhamdulillah. Of course, we don't ask Allah for that. Don't ask Allah, say, oh Allah, bring all the diseases on me. Don't do that. Ask Allah al-afiyah. Ask Allah for health, for safety and protection. But if you're afflicted with anything or your loved ones, first thing should come in your mind, alhamdulillah ala kulli hal. You are pleased with what Allah has decreed because it is good for you. وكذلك لا بأس بالتداوي بالأدوية المباحة، بل ذهب بعض العلماء إلى تأكد ذلك حتى قارب به الوجوب. Shaykh Hafidhahullah Ta'ala also in this point he says it's okay to take medicine but using those medicines that are permissible. Medicine that is permissible. He said rather some of the people of knowledge they have another opinion that it's highly recommended for you to take the medicine when you're sick. So much so that it was even closer to becoming an obligation. فقد جاءت الأحاديث بإثبات الأسباب والمسببات والأمر بالتداوي وأنه لا ينافي التوكل كما لا ينافيه دفع الجوع والعطش بالطعام والشراب. Says نعم, we have many narrations in which it is mentioned that things happen and there is a reason for those things to happen. When a person gets sick because there is something behind it. And also there is a cure for the diseases. And we are commanded to seek the cure. تداووا عباد الله. We are commanded to seek the cure. And taking medication or going to the doctor for the cure does not oppose tawakkul. Does not oppose tawakkul on Allah. Because Allah is the one who cures. The doctor and the medicine, they are just a mean. So we take the permissible means, but we depend on Allah. We don't depend on the means. If you are cured, it's not because of the doctor cure you. The doctor himself is sick. How many times you go to a doctor, he's prescribed, he's sneezing, right or wrong? And it happened to me once. I went to the doctor, I had the flu. And the doctor, he was sick himself, has the flu too. And he's prescribing things to me. And I'm like, I see you're sick too. He says, look man, I'm a doctor, I get sick too. I said, do you take what you gave me? He says, no. I said, what do you do? He says, soups, tea, liquids, and take it easy. I said, well, that's what I'm going to do too. Thank you. That's it. You know? And he told me, he said, if you can stay away from these pills as much as you can, that's good for you. Take them only. And he said, take care of yourself, eat good, you know. And subhanAllah, we're Muslim. Then the doctor says, stay away from stress, anxiety, and what else? Huh? Things that harm you. But we have Islam. أَلَا بِذِكْرِ اللَّهِ تَطْمَئِنُّ الْقُلُوبِ. People go, Muslims spend thousands and maybe hundreds of thousands or dozens of thousands, go to somebody sit to tell them what's wrong with them, and maybe it's the position. How do you sit in a car? They're talking about anxiety. They can't even think right. They can't even sleep. They have distress. They have anxiety. And the cure is in the Quran, remembrance of Allah. If they remember Allah and do what Allah commands to do, and they read the Quran and spend quality time at the masjid, at home, whenever they are, and protect themselves from the haram, that's the cure. And it's free. Allah Akbar. So why pay? Why it is free? And you work, because it's from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because Allah is the one who says, Ala bi dhikrillahi tatma'innu qulub. Now people, they want to take some pills. This little tiny pill is going to put you to sleep. You don't know what it's going to do to your liver and to your kidney. You don't know that. They don't tell you that. Remembrance of Allah. So he says, taking medicine and seeking cure doesn't oppose tawakkul. The same way when you're hungry and you go to eat. When you're hungry, you get some food. So a person doesn't say, look, I'm hungry, I'm tawakkul on Allah. Eat, ya akhi. No, eat. Tawakkul on Allah, Allah will give me strength. No, just follow the means. That's what Allah tells us, kulu washrabu. Allah says, eat and drink. We human beings, we cannot live without this. We get sick if we don't eat and drink. If somebody says, no, he don't eat because he has tawakkul on Allah, that's a wrong understanding. The Prophet ﷺ used to eat. Some people, they give up everything. They be eating only a little sandwich, peanut butter jelly sandwich. I know one brother used to do that until he got very sick. And people bring food, he don't eat no rice, no fruits, nothing. And he eats once a day. Ya akhi, who's your salaf in this one? You have any salaf in this one? Who? The Prophet ﷺ, Abu Bakr, Umar, who? Imam Ahmad, or Shaykh Islam ibn Taymiyyah, or bin Baz, ibn Uthaymeen, Albani, who? Nobody. We bring that stuff, read it in some shady book. Oh, I don't know what happened. Sunnah. Some people, they don't want to eat meat, they don't want to eat I don't know what, they eat only one time every 3 days. And you tell them, who preceded you in this? Did the Prophet ﷺ do this? Prophet ﷺ used to fast, but he used to eat. Of course, we don't go to extravagance, and that's all what matters to us is eat. But we have to stay in the middle course, ya ikhwan, i'tidal. And by the way, that's going to be the topic of this, the titles of this upcoming seminar, to stay to the middle course. Don't go to the right, don't go to the left, because the path is one. There is 2 paths? Did Allah tell us there is 3 straight paths next to each other? And you can be in number 1 or 2 or 3? There's only one. And if you go to its right, that's destruction. You go to its left, destruction. So you want to stay on it. Stay in a middle course. ولا يجوز التداوي بمحرم لما في الصحيحين عن ابن مسعود رضي الله عنه أنه قال إن الله لم يجعل شفاءكم فيما حرم عليكم. So it's not permissible to seek the cure with something that is haram. Not permissible for you because of the hadith Sahih in Sahih al-Bukhari. That Ibn Mas'ud radiallahu anhu says, indeed Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not put your cure in that which He has made forbidden for you. وروى أبو داود وغيره عن أبي هريرة مرفوعا إن الله أنزل الداء والدواء وجعل لكل داء دواء فتداووا ولا تداووا بحرام. Also in this hadith that is collected by Imam Abu Dawood in his Sunan on the authority of Abu Huraira, marfu', meaning that the Prophet ﷺ said this. Indeed, Allah has sent down the disease and the cure, and has put for every disease a cure. So therefore seek the cure and do not use that which is not permissible. وفي صحيح مسلم أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال في الخمر إنه ليس بدواء ولكنه داء. Also in Sahih Muslim from the hadith of Wa'il ibn Hujr رضي الله عنه, that the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم said about the khamr, the wine, intoxicant, it is not a cure, rather is a disease. Rather is a disease. And then the Shaykh is still, we're going to read to you inshallah ta'ala about the, in this point, tadawi, and seeking the cure and the like inshallah ta'ala. We'll leave that for the next week. هذا وصلى الله وسلم على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا وسيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. أما بعد. So it was a pleasure to welcome all of you. We continue tonight reading from Al-Mulakhas Al-Fiqhi. This is the night we study the fiqh from this book Al-Mulakhas Al-Fiqhi of our noble Shaykh Al-Allama Dr. Salih Al-Fawzan Hafidhahullah. We're still in the section of Ahkam al-Janaiz, the rulings and regulations pertaining to funerals. We stopped at the point when the Shaykh was talking about the cure and the diseases and what is permissible, what is not permissible for us to use as a cure when one is sick. قال ولا يجوز التداوي بمحرم لما في الصحيح عن ابن مسعود رضي الله عنه أنه قال إن الله لم يجعل شفاءكم فيما حرم عليكم. He said it is not permissible to use that which Allah has made forbidden upon us as a cure, as a medicine, because of the statement of Ibn Mas'ud that Imam al-Bukhari collected in his Sahih, that this is a statement of one of the great companions of the Prophet ﷺ, Abdullah ibn Mas'ud, who says Allah did not put the cure in that which He has made forbidden for you. Allah did not make your cure or the cure for you in that which He has made forbidden for you. وروى أبو داود وغيره عن أبي هريرة مرفوعا إن الله أنزل الداء والدواء وجعل لكل داء دواء فتداووا ولا تداووا بحرام. And the Shaykh mentioned this hadith as collected by Abu Dawood and other than them from Abu Hurairah, that the Prophet ﷺ, that it is said, indeed Allah has sent down the disease and the cure, and has made for every disease a cure. So therefore seek the cure, but do not use that which is haram. However, this hadith is weak, da'if. Imam al-Albani rahimahullah ta'ala in Sunan Abi Dawood declared this narration to be da'if, weak narration. وفي صحيح مسلم أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم قال في الخمر إنه ليس بدواء ولكنه داء. The Shaykh mentioned a hadith that in Sahih Muslim, hadith number 5112, that the Prophet ﷺ said, according to khamr, wines and intoxicants, it is not a cure, rather it is a disease. It is not a cure, rather it is disease. Abu Dawood in his Sunan, he mentioned that a man came and asked the Prophet ﷺ about the khamr, about the wine. قال طارق بن سويد أو سويد بن طارق سأل النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم عن الخمر فنهاه. So this man, he came and asked the Prophet ﷺ about using the khamr, the wine, as a cure. Prophet ﷺ forbade him from doing so. He asked him again. Prophet ﷺ forbade him again. But then the man said to the Prophet ﷺ, Ya Nabi Allah, O Prophet of Allah, innaha dawa, the khamr is cure. People, they used to use it, jahiliyyah, as a cure. But the Prophet ﷺ said, La, it is not a cure. Lakinnaha da, it is a disease. And we know that khamr is haram in Islam, alhamdulillah. There is so many evils of khamr, so many evils of wine, and all intoxicants. قال الشيخ صالح الفوزان حفظه الله وكذلك يحرم التداوي بما يمس العقيدة. So likewise, it is forbidden to use as a cure anything that opposes the creed. SubhanAllah, aqidah. Anything that opposes our creed, it's not permissible to use it as a cure, such as تعليق التمائم المشتملة على ألفاظ شركية أو أسماء مجهولة أو طلاسم أو خرز أو خيوط أو قلائد أو حلق تلبس على العضد أو الذراع أو غيره. And the Shaykh mentioned, for example, people hanging tama'im, talismans. Those talismans that contains statements that contain shirk wal-'iyadu billah. Some talismans, they contain some names that are not known, written not in Chinese. They just, those who read it, they the only one may know what it is, if they know. All this stuff is not permissible. Likewise, it's not permissible to put around their necks or their legs or their arm any bracelets of any kind. Because that's shirk. If they believe that those talismans cure them, that's a shirk wal-'iyadu billah. يعتقد فيها الشفاء ودفع العين والبلاء. Because people, they use this. This is, and alhamdulillah, we dealt with these matters in the class of Kitab al-Tawheed. There is chapters. If you remember, Shaykh al-Islam, Muhammad Abdul Wahhab, rahimahullah, has chapters, many chapters on this. Talismans and bracelets that the people, they hang around, and some, they go to some people, they go to some imam in some masjid, ignorant, and superstition, and they write for them stuff and tell them, put it around your neck, around your chest. All this is haram, this is shirk. And if you remember in that class, however, Shaykh Salih al-Fawzan himself, because we were reading from his explanation, he says, but the ulama, they differ as related to using those talismans that contains Quran. And some of the ulama, they said it's permissible if it's only Quran. Some they says it's not. Some they says it's disliked and the like. But here the Shaykh is talking about those talismans and bracelets that the people, they have around their necks. As you know, it is from shirk. The mushrikeen, they have beads. You see the mushriks, the people who are upon shirk, from Christians and others, or Buddhists or whatever, atheists, you will find some of them have like 15 to 20 different beads around his neck. They're heavy. I used to work on an airport years ago, in Philadelphia airport, and I have this guy from Colombia. He was a Spanish from South America, and this guy, working in the airport, because we used to, we used to do ramp agents, to park the planes, not to drive them, we just, guide them, and then, service the plane and the like and that. And this guy, man, he's like, have all these beads around him. And I said, why you have all this, man? He's like, oh no, this is very important, they're from the church. They said, what? And he started telling me, see, this collar is for my children, this is for my wife, protect my wife, this protect his car, this protect his house, this protect him when he goes I don't know where. I said, these things, are you serious? Those things protect you? He says, yeah, they protect me. I said, give me one of them, I'm going to smash it against the wall. He said, no, something bad happened to you. I said, please make my day, just give me one of them. I'll show you if it's going to protect itself. Because if it cannot protect itself, how is it going to protect you? He's like, no, I'm afraid for you, man. I don't want you to get hurt. I said, listen, man, I can write something for you right now. Free this, what do you call, disclaimer or something? I free you, man. Just give me one of them. Show you if that thing is going to protect itself. Still insist like, look, I don't want you to get hurt and this stuff real work. You don't know what you're talking about. Allah musta'an. This stuff is haram. Why? Because people, they put them as a cure or to repel the eye. Some people, they says, put this and the ain will never be on you, or nothing bad will happen to you. Wal-iyadu billah. And of course, people, they put them in their cars, because they go to somebody and write something, he says, for my car, so the car never break down and doesn't get stolen. I never heard about that, they never run out of gas. I never heard that one, because maybe those who write that, they smart, they know. It's like, come on, they never run out of gas. Then when the man go for a trip, he's like, you said, it's like, okay. So, it's many things. The people who have animals, they put them around the animals. Many things. Alhamdulillah for Islam. Why? Because لما فيها من تعلق القلب بغير الله في جلب نفع أو دفع ضر وذلك كله من الشرك أو من وسائل الموصلة إليه. Why these things are forbidden? Because it makes the person's heart be attached to them instead to be attached to Allah. Instead to be attached to Allah and ask Allah and turn to Allah and wait for the cure from Allah, because He's the one who cures, not anybody else. Now a person will be attached to that thing around his neck. Okay? And because and this is from the means of this is shirk, billah. If they believe that thing that they are around their necks or whatever the case is repel harm or bring benefit, then that's shirk. That is shirk. Or it could be from the means that lead to shirk. ومن ذلك أيضا التداوي عند المشعوذين من الكهان والمنجمين والسحرة والمستخدمين للجن. ومن ذلك أيضا أي من التداوي المحرم. ومن ذلك أيضا التداوي عند المشعوذين من الكهان والمنجمين والسحرة والمستخدمين للجن فعقيدة المسلم أهم عنده من صحته. Then the Shaykh says also included in this prohibition that we cannot use this medicine, this what is prohibited as medicine, go into the Kohan. This is also alhamdulillah in Kitab al-Tawheed. There is chapter in Kitab al-Tawheed going to the Kohan, the soothsayers and sorcerers and the munajjimin and the magicians, those who they use the jinn, billah. Okay, it's not permissible, because the aqidah of the Muslim is better than his health. If a person very sick but is upon the sound aqidah, he's better, way better than one who wants to be healthy and don't care about his aqidah. And there are Muslims, unfortunately, in many Muslim countries still do this. When they get sick or somebody gets sick, their loved ones, instead to do what is right, the ruqya ash-shar'iyya, the legislative ruqya by reading on that person Quran, or take them to the doctor, okay? They take them to a grave, the grave of some person, and then there is some ignorant persons in there. They take care, those who take care of that tomb or whatever, and then what are you here for? He's sick. Whether you don't know? No. Okay, just get under this green whatever sheet or something, and then they put some whatever they put in there, smoke and stuff, and then they tell them, okay, you have to give money to this person who is dead, okay, like he's gonna do it. That's for those guys over there. And then they say, then later on they tell them, oh, so and so who's in the grave, that wali he says, look, the only way you can be cured, or your son, or whatever, the case of your father or mother, you have to slaughter a cow. It's a shirk. So many shirk. By going there is shirk. Slaughtering for other than Allah is shirk. Wa'iyadu billah. And then those wicked people who are there, they take that cow that was slaughtered for that, and they have already some butchers who they have no aqidah, and they sell it to them. And then they sell it to the Muslims to eat haram meat. See how we work? Aqidah is very important. Look how the aqidah of the Muslim. Because if the butcher has aqidah, when that person comes to him, he says, look, I got a cow for you. Look, now the cows are $700. Just give me 100. He says, listen, I'm not even get it for free from you, man. That's a haram meat. Salam rahmatullah. Hayyak Allah Idris. How are you? Jazakallah. Barakallah. نعم. فعقيدة المسلم أهم عنده نصيحته. So if we know people that may be doing this, or says, look, don't go to the doctor, they take your money, man. I have this person you go to, he's gonna write something for you, you put it around your neck, that's it. So you need to them, a'udhu billah, astaghfirullah. That's not permissible. وقد جعل الله الشفاء في المباحات النافعة للبدن والعقل والدين وعلى رأس ذلك القرآن الكريم والرقية به وبالأدعية المشروعة. نعم. Then the Shaykh Hafidahullah, he says, Allah has made the cure in the things that are permissible for us, and therefore bring benefits. They have benefits for the body, for the intellect, and for your religion. Not only they bring benefits, but also for your religion. At the head of all those things is Quran al-Kareem. Quran is a cure, ya akhwan, and Allah says, Shifa. That's why our noble scholars from the Shaykh al-Baz, al-Uthaymeen, and others, rahimahumullah, and other than our noble scholars of Ahlul Sunnah wal Jama'ah, they says, when you read the Quran, read with the intention as a cure, to cure yourself. Don't just read. Read with the intention to cure yourself from everything. Naam. Because Quran is shifa, is a cure. So whenever you are about to read, keep that in your mind. That you're reading it, so alhamdulillah, that Allah cure you. Because we don't know. We don't know what's wrong with us. Until we go to a doctor and says, where you been, man? Where you been? What are you saying? Look, there's something been going on, for years it looks like, But you read the Quran, ya akhwan. Read the Quran with this pure intention. And also the ruqya, English incantation, the incantation, and of course the ruqya, there is that which is legislated, that which is haram. Okay, so we have to learn, that's another chapter, and we have learned that in Kitab al-Tawheed, alhamdulillah, as well. There is a ruqya shar'iyya, there is the legislated ruqya, alhamdulillah, but there is the other ruqya that the sorcerers and ignorance and mushriks they use, that's haram, we should stay away from it. And also ad'iyah, that is legislated, supplications that we learn from the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ when a person is sick. So we shouldn't always run to those pills. Now we have to use even though as the Shaykh has mentioned, it is permissible, he's going to mention now, it's permissible to go to the doctor, it's permissible to use those pills, if prescribed by a doctor, not just everybody go get the pill. Those are chemicals. Those pills, they're like chemistry, man, they're like chemicals mixed together. So the doctor, the pharmacist, they know, they study those things. They know what this chemical can mix with this, these two chemicals cannot be taken at the same time. That's why when the doctor, he will ask questions, are you taking any medication right now? Yes, this and this. That's, I couldn't give you this. Why? Because they don't go together. Okay? And then they tell you, don't take this. That's why sometimes people, they say, look, I'm taking the medicine, I'm getting worse. Because you're mixing up things. You're just taking this medicine. You cannot, for example, I just tell you, for example, you cannot take those NSAIDs, they call them, right? NSAIDs. You can't take them together. Like, for example, Claritin D. You cannot take that in the same time with Advil. You just can't. You get sick. You can take acetaminophen with those things. You don't take ibuprofen products with Claritin D. Okay? Allahu A'lam. That's what, as an example. I'm not a pharmacist, I'm not a doctor. So go check this information that I just said, okay? Barakallahu feekum. I free myself from that. But that was just as an example. So, but we have, alhamdulillah, the Shaykh says, he mentioned the statement of Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah. قال ومن أعظم العلاج. SubhanAllah, listen to this statement, ya akhwan, from this great Shaykh al-Islam Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah. He says ومن أعظم العلاج, from the greatest cure, the greatest way, فعل الخير, doing good. SubhanAllah. فعل الخير, doing good. That's علاج, protection. والإحسان, doing good to others, being nice and kind, of course, first to your parents, to your wife, the wife to her husband, to your children, to your neighbor, to your elders, to this, to that. والذكر والدعاء, and dhikr, that's a cure. That's the greatest form of seeking the cure, through these things, these means. الذكر والدعاء, remembrance of Allah, دعاء والتضرع إلى الله, and not only making dua, but being serious about it. Humble yourself, ask Allah, turn to Allah, not only with your hands up in the air and your tongue moving, but your heart has to be present to that. You have to turn to Allah with your heart. And at-tawbah, tawbah from ma'asi, seeking or repenting, repenting from sins and disobedience. قال وتأثيره أعظم من الأدوية. Ibn al-Qayyim says these things that he mentioned has a greater impact on you than medicine. لكن بحسب استعداد النفس وقبولها. But it may not work in the same way for certain people. It depends on the soul. Some people, they know, they believe in this. Quran is a cure. Whenever they sick, they go read Fatiha. قل أعوذ برب الفلق قل أعوذ برب الناس. Alhamdulillah, they okay. Some people, it is told to them and they're like, are you sure? They're not even sure. Are you sure it's going to work? Akhi, me, that's it. I don't have to take nothing, just Fatiha. Alright, I'm going to try it just because he said so. And he go try it just because he said so. His heart, his soul is not even ready for it. And he recite al-Fatiha and nothing happens. He's like, I told you, akhi, it don't work. A'udhu billah. That's a bad statement. But a person should believe. That's why the aqidah is very important. Everything is around the creed, man. Because if you know the aqidah, you know that the Quran is a cure. That's it. But see, he said it works if the soul is ready for it and is prepared for it. قال ولا بأس بالتداوي بالأدوية المباحة على أيدي الأطباء العارفين بتشخيص الأمراض وعلاجها في المستشفيات وغيرها. With this, the Shaykh said, yes, but it's still permissible to take the medicine, those permissible medicine. If there are medicine that are permissible, that are being prescribed by known doctors, not anyone, by known doctors, after knowing the disease itself and the illness, because the doctor don't just give you anything. They do a lot of things. They bring you in, they take your your everything, even your weight. They test your blood pressure, many things. That sometimes they even take a blood and send it for what? For blood test. In some cases they take scan and many things. They ask so many questions. What do you do? Do that the person smoke? That the person, what's his job? How old is the person? Anybody in the family has this issue? What they eat? What this? Many things. So those things enable the doctor to know what's wrong first. Because if they don't know what's wrong with the person exactly, they're not going to be able to give them the right medicine for that. Okay? And that's why sometimes when a doctor make a mistake and they thought maybe is this, that's why it doesn't work. That's why because now insurance, or we know insurance is haram, but now this is a big thing. Insurance now taking over the doctors and the hospitals, They have a lot of disclaimers and things to protect themselves against lawsuits. So if you really read the paper when they release you from the hospital, you read that paper and you will see. Usually they don't tell you this is what's wrong with you. They don't. They said this is what they think is based on what it could be something else to free themselves. You know, just in case if it's something else, they said, well, we told you, that's what we thought it is, you know. Something else, Allahu A'lam. Anyway, the Shaykh says it's permissible to seek the cure by going to doctors, to hospitals, but you go to those who are known to know what they're doing, and if they prescribe medicine that is permissible, then insha'Allah ta'ala it's permissible to take that. It's permissible. But we as Muslims, alhamdulillah, it's very important for us to use ruqya, make ad'iyah, supplications, to remember Allah, to read the Quran and the like. قال الشيخ وتسن عيادة المرضى لما في الصحيحين وغيرهما. Also another point, he says that it is recommended, it is from the sunnah to visit the sick. The Muslims who are not sick, to visit the sick. Or maybe they sick too and they can visit the sick. It's permissible to visit the person who is sick. Because of this hadith that is in Sahih al-Bukhari, Sahih Muslim, and other than them, the Prophet ﷺ said, خَمْسٌ تَجِبُ لِلْمُسْلِمِ عَلَى أَخِيهِ وَذَكَرَ مِنْهَا عِيَادَةُ الْمَرِيضِ. Every Muslim have 5 rights upon his Muslims, brothers. And one of them is to visit him when he is sick. He has 5 rights to visit the Muslim when he's sick. فإذا زاره سأل عن حاله فقد كان النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يدنو من المريض ويسأله عن حاله. Now the Shaykh has begun to say now the etiquettes of visiting the sick. Now there is the etiquettes that we Ahlul Sunnah, we have to adorn ourselves with, not just go there and come back. Now there is certain etiquette, alhamdulillah, for us to observe while during this visitation. Number 1, to ask how the person is doing. Of course, if the person is able, some people they be in a coma and the like, they cannot talk. Person can't talk, they have their conscience. He asks them nicely, how you doing today and this. فقد كان النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم يدنو من المريض ويسأله عن حاله. And the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم used to get closer, not from, I don't know, from the door, how you doing, and raising a voice, and there is other people that are sick. No. Don't talk loud in there, and we behave in a nice way because we're in a hospital. People are sick, people are sleeping, people are getting rest. So he said, the Prophet ﷺ, he used to get closer to the sick person and ask how that person is doing. قال الشيخ صالح الفوزان حفظه الله وتكون الزيارة يوما بعد يوم أو بعد يومين ما لم يكن المريض يرغب الزيارة كل يوم. He says this visiting the sick will be every other day, or maybe every other 2 days. You go today and go the next day, or after 2 or 3 days from that, unless if the sick person requests from a person to come and see him every day. But the etiquette is that if you go today, you don't go tomorrow, the day after that, or 2 days after that. But if the sick person himself says, look, can you please come? Sometimes the sick people, they may feel comfortable with other people. They like certain people, and they want to see them every day. He said, then it's okay, inshallah. وَلَا يُطِيلُ الْجُلُوسَ عِنْدَهُ. Another etiquette, you don't spend a lot of time with the sick person. You go, ask, as the Shaykh is going to mention, make dua for them, inshallah, and then you leave. You excuse yourself. He says, إِلَّا إِذَا كَانَ الْمَرِيضُ يَرْغَبُ ذَلِكَ. Once again, unless if the sick person requested for a certain person or persons to remain with him for a longer time. But if the sick person does not request that, then we go visit, make dua, Assalamu alaikum akhi, my this. وَيَقُولُ لِلْمَرِيض. What do you say to the person? You say, لَا بَأْسَ عَلَيْكَ طهور إن شاء الله. It's very easy to memorize. لا بأس عليك. There is no harm on you. طهور إن شاء الله is purification for you إن شاء الله. لا بأس عليك طهور إن شاء الله. As is collected by Imam al-Bukhari in his Sahih, the Prophet ﷺ used to say this on the authority of Ibn Abbas رضي الله عنهما. تقول لا بأس عليك طهور إن شاء الله. ويدخل عليه السرور. Likewise, while you're there, try your best to bring joy to that person. Bring joy. It doesn't mean cracking jokes. Alright? No, bring joy, mashallah. He's a Muslim upon the Sunnah, upon the Aqidah, read him some chapters. If you know that that person who's sick may be at home, or that person is in the hospital but he used to attend the masjid all the time, you go and tell him, Akhi, we miss you. The brother, they ask about you, and a couple of them they couldn't come but they miss you. He's asked, they miss me, they're happy. Or you know the brother's always in a class of fiqh, for example, and the classes, now he's sick and you go visit him and you take your notes. Say, Alhamdulillah, today we took these notes. Are you willing to hear? If you are, he says, yes, I'm willing to hear. Alhamdulillah. So yeah, we took these notes, mashallah. I prepare one for you here, mashallah. Or here is a CD if it's recorded. Alhamdulillah. And then you know that person, he loves knowledge. Okay? Or you know that brothers, the doctor, they said, look, you're going to be here 2-3 months. And his job, now his family, now we go and say, look, we're already going to take care of you, alhamdulillah. Now my wife, she's going to take your wife whenever she want to go, doctor appointments, don't worry about that, akhi. Alhamdulillah, you give him an envelope, here is this humble donations from the community. We know, alhamdulillah. See, and you leave the brother open the envelope, find a nice amount of money that he can help pay the rent, because now he's in the hospital, you know. Okay? And this bring, from the things that bring soror, bring joy, because now he's sick and worry about what we're going to do, the rent, the bills, the kids, who's going to take them to school, are my kids going to go to the boys, what they doing, who's going to bring them to the Jumu'ah? He says, no, akhi, if you don't mind, I will bring them to Jumu'ah with me. Especially if you're the neighbor of that brother, or he live in your way, tell him, I don't mind, akhi, too. If you want, I can bring your children to the masjid, bring them to Duksi, to the Quran, Tahfid. Don't worry about it. I will do that. And that's the real cure, ya akhwan. Okay? ويدعو له بالشفاء ويرقيه بالقرآن لا سيما سورة الفاتحة والإخلاص والمعوذتين. And you make dua that Allah cure this person. And you do the ruqya for him. You know, by reciting Fatiha upon this person. You recite Al-Fatiha upon this person, and you recite in his presence, and you recite, especially Fatiha. You can recite anything of the Quran, but especially the Shaykh said Surah Al-Fatiha, and Surah Al-Ikhlas, and Qul A'udhu bi Rabbil Falaq, and Qul A'udhu bi Rabbin Nas. And most definitely, we people of Sunnah, alhamdulillah, Allah gave us the Sunnah, but we're not going to go there and start talking about, oh, you missed a big game, man. The game was nice last night. Subhanallah, I wish you were with us. No, we don't do these things. Don't talk to him about games. Talk to him about what he missed. He missed a game. Now tell him, mashallah, here is what you missed from the class. We bring it to you, alhamdulillah. Listen to it. Or here is the notes. Or when you, inshallah. أي نعم هكذا بارك الله فيكم. ويسن للمريض أن يوصي بشيء من ماله في أعمال الخير ويجب أن يوصي بماله وما عليه من الديون وما عنده من الودائع والأمانات وهذا مطلوب حتى من الإنسان الصحيح. Likewise, a person who is sick, also from the etiquettes, is that person should have his will ready and put in there, like if he has money, like look, if something happened, this is give some of this to this orphan, to this widow, to here. And a'mal al-khair. Likewise, if he has any debts that other people don't know, it's not written, he writes I owe this person, I owe this person. Or if he was entrusted with anything from other people, he will write it down. I'm entrusted with such and such for this person and this and that. This is recommended from everybody to do this, not just the sick person. Because the Prophet ﷺ says in this hadith that is in Sahih al-Bukhari and Sahih Muslim, ما حق امرئ مسلم له شيء يوصي به يبيت ليلتين إلا وصيته مكتوبة عنده. For a better translation, that it is upon the Muslim to have his will ready. Not, and in that wasiyah has to be, it shouldn't go 2 nights without having that will ready, in which he writes, as the Shaykh mentioned, if there's any debts on him, if he owe anybody or anybody owe him anything, if he has entrusted with anything that has to be given, just in case, because a person is sick now. They may die from their illness, so that the people, they will know, so the rights of other people will not go in vain. Now the people will come and say, look, oh, your father died, but he owed me $3,000. Like, you have something? Well, no, I trusted your father, man, mashallah, he's a good man. Okay, but if the will, the father too says, look, yes, I owe such so-and-so 3,000. So alhamdulillah, they see it over there. And when it comes to the will is done more often. Okay, so a person here writes many wills, and they go with the last one in dates. Like, for example, someone is writing so many wills, 10 of them. One in 2010, 3 of them in there, or maybe 10 of them in 2011, who knows. When they find all those, they go with the last one. Because in that last one, he writes what he still has. Because sometimes people, they already pay debts, alhamdulillah, and they do this, so a change of that. So that's what they go with the date, the most recent date. وذكر الليلتين تأكيد لا تحديد فلا ينبغي أن يمضى عليه زمان وإن كان قليلا إلا وصيته مكتوبة عنده لأنه لا يدري متى يدركه الموت. He said, here in this hadith is mentioned 2 nights, but this is not that has to be 2 nights. No, it could be more or less, but what's important that a person should have this will, which he writes in it the things that the Shaykh mentioned, because that person don't know when death may come upon them. Don't know when death may come upon them. ويحسن المريض ظنه بالله فإن الله عز وجل يقول أنا عند ظن عبدي بي ويتأكد ذلك عند إحساسه بلقاء الله. Another etiquette from the etiquettes of the sick, that the person who is sick, he should think good about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala said in this hadith, I am as my servants think of me. I am as my servant think of me. And this hadith is agreed upon by Imam al-Bukhari, Imam Muslim, on the authority of Abu Hurairah radiallahu anhu. So a person should at that moment think good about Allah, that Allah, alhamdulillah, is al-Rahman, al-Rahim, al-Ghafur. Especially if a person is very sick, he won't be thinking like, oh, I don't know what's going to happen to my children behind me, they're going to be lost, nobody's going to be there for them. What do you mean nobody's going to be for them? Well, who's been there for you, brother, all these years? You've been there for yourself? No, you think good of Allah. You say, Allah, at the moment you make dua, Ya Rabbi, oh Allah, you know if I'm going to make it out of this one or not. Oh Allah, take care of my children, my family, this, that. Allah is Al-Rahman, Al-Rahim. Especially if the person feels like, subhanAllah, he's very sick, and of course people will be thinking at that moment, I'm going to make it or not, Allahu A'lam. So at that moment people, they think good about Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. ويسن لمن يحضره تطميعه في رحمة الله ويغلب في هذه الحالة جانب الرجاء على جانب الخوف. Likewise, this is what the sick person do, think good about Allah, okay? And also those who are in his presence, they they incite him to search and ask for the mercy of Allah. And if you're around a sick person, you mention a lot the ayats and the ahadith of raja, of hope. Okay? You mention a lot of ayats of hope, not the ayats of punishments. وَأَمَّا فِي حَالَةِ الصِّحَّةِ فَيَكُونُ خَوْفُهُ وَرَجَاءُ مُتَسَاوِيَيْنِ. But when a person is healthy, he has to have balance. Hope, he worship Allah based on hope and fear. And Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah mentioned a beautiful statement, if I'm not mistaken. He says that raja and khawf, hope and fear, for the person's iman is like the two wings of a bird. The bird stays high from all trouble and this if both wings function. If one of them, then he has to go down. So likewise, the iman of a person stay high, alhamdulillah, and a person will benefit from it as long as we understand this matter. We worship Allah based on both hope and fear. قال لماذا؟ لأنه من غلب عليه الخوف أوقعه في نوع من اليأس. Because if a person tends toward fear, constantly thinking about fear, now that thing may lead him to give up hope from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, to despair from the mercy of Allah. وكذلك من غلب عليه الرجاء أوقعه في نوع من الأمن من مكر الله. Likewise, if a person doesn't even mention the adhab of Allah, he don't remember death, don't remember the hellfire, don't remember what Allah has how Allah has punished the other people. He's all Allah Ghafur Rahim, ya akhi, Allah mashallah, the Jannah is vast, Allahu Akbar, Allah Ghafur. This person, he's gonna be free and do whatever he wants to do and don't pay no attention to the consequences, because that person is not thinking about the punishments. But the Muslim should combine these two. Worship Allah based on hope, of course hoping for what Allah has prepared for the good doers, but in the same time you have to know that Allah punished the evil doers. Okay? That Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. So now look, the Khawarij, they nothing but fear. And the Murji'ah, they says, look, whatever you do, you say La ilaha illallah, that's all you need. Pray, don't pray, smoke, cigarettes, steal, doesn't matter, music, fornication, they're like, it's okay. The Murji'ah. It's a digging group, no doubt. And they have the same ideology as the Christians, as long as you have Jesus in your heart. See, the Christian, they says to their people, if you have Jesus, that's all you need, bro. Go by your life, do whatever you want to do. You the man. Nobody has to tell you anything. You're a free man. But on Sunday, come and drop something. You see, on Sunday you gotta come and see the priest and tell him your problems, so he record them for you or against you, and then you're gonna put whatever that person agreed to give the church every Sunday. And they tell him, go ahead, do whatever you want to do. No, it doesn't work like that. Islam tells us to do what is good for us, because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is in no need for us. If we all are good and righteous, that doesn't benefit Allah anything. But it's only for ourselves. And also, if everybody is wicked and doing nothing but chaos and trouble, that doesn't affect the kingdom of Allah in anything. Now that affects Walmart. Can you imagine if Walmart have 300 employees, big Walmart, they all come on time, they all do their job right. Walmart's gonna make some good money. Everybody paying attention, nobody dropping anything, nobody messing up anything. They know what they're doing, good service, people coming and leaving in no time. Walmart benefiting big time. But can you imagine if all of the workers go there and everybody breaking something, Walmart will shut down. You gotta be affected. Subhanallah. But Allah is al-Ghani. If everybody is righteous, that doesn't benefit Allah in anything. In anything. And if everybody is wicked, doesn't harm Allah in anything. So it's only for us, barakallahu fikum, to remember these things. قال فإذا احتضر المريض فإنه يسن لمن حضره أن يلقنه لا إله إلا الله. We continue this after the adhan. The time of the adhan 42. Now, the Shaykh says for if a person is really facing death now, the signs of death, person is upon the agony of death, scenes upon that person, he says it is recommended for people around him to ask him to say La ilaha illallah. Because the Prophet ﷺ says, لَقِّنُوا مَوْتَاكُمْ لَا إِلَهَ إِلَّا اللَّهِ رواه Muslim. The people who are around him or her, they prompt them to say La ilaha illallah at that moment. Not wait until they die like the mubtadi'ah. Until when a person dies, they say La ilaha illallah. Say La ilaha. Because they don't understand the hadith right. This word Arabic mawtakum, literally it means that those who don't understand, they mean like those who are dead. But now what it means, those who are dying. They're still alive, but they looks like they're dying. Allah knows if they're going to die or not, but they looks like they're dying, they're facing death, they're very weak and the like. Then you say to them to say La ilaha illallah. Ask them to say La ilaha illallah. To say La ilaha illallah. Why? Because for that, inshaAllah, that's only for Allah. So that that person, inshaAllah, die upon the statement of ikhlas. So it may be the last thing that person, he or she say. Because it comes in a hadith of the Prophet ﷺ that is in Sahih Abu Dawood, that man kana akhiru kalamihi la ilaha illallah dakhala al-jannah. Whoever last statement was La ilaha illallah will enter al-jannah. Of course, tawfiq is from Allah. Allah grants tawfiq to whom. May Allah make our khitam, our endings, the best one. And the Shaykh also, he says, those who are saying to the person to say La ilaha illallah at that moment, they have to be gentle, nicely, kindly. And they shouldn't also say La ilaha illallah, La ilaha illallah. They have to say it and remind him once a while, nicely, kindly, so that he don't get bored. Especially if the person is a layman, not a person who really know the importance of this. This you be nice and be kind to them, inshaAllah ta'ala. قال ويسن أن يوجه إلى القبلة. The Shaykh says, Shaykh Fawzani mentioned, also is recommended, or from the Sunnah, it's okay to face that person at that moment the Qibla. However, Shaykh Al-Albani, Hafidhahullah Ta'ala, he said there is no sound narration that says at that moment the person who's dying to face to change his position towards the Qibla. Shaykh Al-Albani says لم يصح فيه حديث. Then the Shaykh says ويقرأ عنده سورة ياسين لقوله صلى الله عليه وسلم اقرأوا ياسين على موتاكم رواه أبو داود بن ماجه صححه ابن حبان. Also Shaykh Fawzani says, and that person who's dying, he says to recite Surah Yasin at that moment. Person didn't die yet. And he mentioned the hadith, read Surah Yasin upon those who are dying. And he said it's collected by Abu Dawood and Ibn Majah, and Ibn Hibban declared it to be sahih. However, this hadith is da'if. Imam Al-Albani rahimahullah mentioned that this hadith is da'if, weak in both Sunan Abi Dawood and Sunan Ibn Majah. I'm going to read to you some of the statements of the ulama as related to this hadith, because some of the ulama, they say it is sahih, but many and others they say is weak. Perhaps Shaykh Fawzan ta'ala is on the opinion of those ulama who they see this hadith to be sahih. Anyway, Shaykh Fawzan said, but as for the one who already dead, you don't recite anything on him. Okay? The one who, the one, if somebody died already, then you don't recite any Quran. Because reciting on a person after their death is a bid'ah. This is something that's done a lot by ignorant people in many places. They even delay the body, the washing and the shrouding and the burial, they even delay that until what? Until somebody gonna come and recite Quran on that person. But reciting the Quran on the death on the dead person is a bid'ah, is an innovation. So likewise it says reciting the Quran after the death of a person, or at their grave, or Luruh al-Mayyit or the like, all this from the bid'ah, from innovations. You don't go and recite Quran at the site, at the grave site. All this from innovations that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala did not reveal. And what is incumbent upon a person is to act upon the sunnah. The Muslim should act upon the sunnah and should leave off innovations. Even if those innovations are famous, are done by sometimes people, laymen, they're like, this is innovation? The Imam of the Masjid is doing it, man. You know better than the Imam? Yes, that Imam, he's ignorant in this one. Yes, he memorized Quran, but he's ignorant. He don't know the Sunnah. You need to learn the Sunnah. Okay? I'm going to read to you some of the statements that are related to reciting Surah Yasin at the time where the person is dying. Imam al-Albani rahimahullah ta'ala mentioned in his book Ahkam al-Janaiz, the rule and regulations for funerals. He says, as for reciting, I'm just going to translate because we don't have a lot of time. He says, as for reciting Surah Yasin at the time when a person is dying and facing the agony of death, and facing him towards the Qibla, there is no Sahih narration pertaining to this. There is no narration that is Sahih. Shaykh ibn Baz, one of the great scholars, Shaykh Abdul Aziz bin Baz rahimahullah ta'ala, was asked, is reciting Surah Yasin for a person at the moment of their death permissible? The Shaykh says, reciting Surah Yasin at this time, meaning when a person is dying, they is still alive. He says it came in a hadith of Ma'qil ibn Yasar that the Prophet ﷺ said, recite upon those people who are dying Surah Yasin. He says some of the people of knowledge, they say it is sahih. They thought that its isnad is good, and it is from the narration and the routing of Abi Uthman al-Nahdi from Ma'qil ibn Yasar. But other scholars, they said this hadith is weak. This hadith is weak, and they say that the narrator, it is not Abu Uthman al-Nahdi, but an unknown, majhul, someone who is unknown, they don't know who he is. So he says what is known is that this hadith, he says, is da'if, because this Abi Uthman is not known. They don't know who he is. So therefore it is not to be recited upon those people who are dying. He said for those ulama, when you find that they say it is recommended to be recited at this time, they thought that the hadith is sahih. That's why they based their ruling on them thinking that the hadith is sound. However, the Shaykh bin Baz, he says, however, but reciting Quran at that moment to the person who's dying is a good thing, and may Allah benefit that person with it. As for specifying Surah Yasin, he says what we know is the hadith is weak, but you can recite another thing. But to specify Surah Yasin, he says the hadith is weak, and therefore specifying reciting Surah Yasin at that moment, there is no sound proof to support it. And that was from the Fatawa of Shaykh bin Baz. As for the Shaykh ibn Uthaymeen rahimahullah, he was asked also, is reciting Surah Yasin at the time when the person is dying establishing the Sunnah or not? It is from the Sunnah or not? His answer was, rahimahullah, Shaykh ibn Uthaymeen, he says, as for reciting Surah Yasin for the person who is dying, it is Sunnah with many of the ulama, because of the statement of the Prophet ﷺ that they use this hadith, recite Surah Yasin for those who are dying. But then the Shaykh, he says, but this hadith, some of the people of knowledge, they talk about it and they say that it's weak. So therefore, for those who look at this hadith to be sound, They're the one that they say it is from the Sunnah to recite Surah Yasin at that time, at that moment. But for those who they say the hadith is weak, they're the one that they say it is not from the Sunnah. And also Shaykh ibn Uthaymeen rahimahullah ta'ala, on another place in his Fatawa ibn Uthaymeen, volume 17, page 74, he says this hadith is weak. When he was asked then, he says this hadith is weak. اقرأوا على موتاكم ياسين. Recite Surah Yasin upon those people who are dying. He says the hadith is da'if. He has weakness in it. He said, however, if the hadith, supposedly the hadith is sound, then while he's dying they can recite Surah Yasin. And he said that the people of now, he says, because of Surah Yasin contains some ayat that may ease up upon that person at that time. قال إذا صح هذا الحديث. So if the hadith is sound, then yes, you can recite Surah Yasin at that time when a person is still alive and they dying. But as to recite it on the grave, as many people they do, then he says there is no asl, there is no base to it. Okay? So this is what we gonna stop here tonight. Alhamdulillah, we covered the many points. Alhamdulillah, as we read to you what the Shaykh covered. Actually, I ain't covered anything. I'm just reading for you. Alhamdulillah, that the Shaykh covered many points. Alhamdulillah, as related to the etiquettes of visiting the sick, what to say. We learn the du'a to say La ba'sa alayka tahurun inshallah. And how long we're supposed to visit the sick, how long we stay, if we can stay, what we should do in his presence and the like. Likewise, what is the etiquette that the sick person should do and keep in mind at that moment, from the will and the like, and that the sick person should think good of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that those people who are around the sick person should remind him of the mercy of Allah, that Allah is Ar-Rahman, Ar-Rahim, Al-Ghafur. But if a person is really, really sick and they see that this person facing the agony of death, they prompt that person to say La ilaha illallah, and because of the importance of this great statement of Ikhlas. And also we read to you what the Shaykh said and what other noble scholars like Shaykh al-Albani, Shaykh ibn Baz, Shaykh al-Uthaymeen rahimahumullah, these are from the great imams of this time rahimahumullah, and wallahi we miss them a lot. And look at a lot of chaos is happening in Muslim land, subhanallah, after them, subhanallah. And Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, when the ulama they leave jahl, subhanallah, jahl. Even the people of innovation, we open a window here, even those innovators that now, many of them, they are out there like Abu al-Hasan al-Ma'ribi and many of them, Ali Hassan, Halabi, and many other than them who right now they, subhanallah, causing a lot of chaos and fitan and trials and a lot of deceiving the Muslims. And these are people they used to call to the manhaj al-Salafi in the life of this ulama and the life of Shaykh Muqbil as well, because this great scholar, they all died within 2 years. Within 2 years, between 99 and 2001, they died, rahimahumullah. Shaykh bin Baz, Shaykh al-Albani, Uthaymeen, Muqbil. After their death, a lot of people who used to call Salafi, now they out, calling to Hizbiyah, supporting Ahlul Bid'ah. Wallahi, we miss them, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala preserve those who are still alive amongst our noble scholars. May Allah preserve them, the like of Shaykh al-Fawzan, wal-Mufti, wal-Luhaydan, wal-Shaykh Rabi', wa-Abd al-Muhsin al-Abbad, and Shaykh Ubaid, and others amongst our noble Shaykh Zayd al-Madkhali, and others from Ahlul Sunnah wal-Jama'ah, the great scholars. May Allah preserve them and protect them, and may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala make their students strong, so they can take their places, inshaAllah. May Allah make them strong students upon the Sunnah and stern upon the people of innovation. Inshallah ta'ala, next class we will go with the second paragraph that the Shaykh deal with is Ahkam al-Wafat. Because in this first paragraph he talks about the rulings of the Al-Marid wal-Muhtadir, the sick person and the one who's dying, facing the agony of death. Inshallah, in the next class we're going to learn Ahkamu al-Wafat, rulings, regulation of when a person dies, what to be done, what we need to know, inshallah. هذا وصلى الله وسلم على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا وسيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له. وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. أما بعد. We continue reading from الملخص الفقهي of our noble Shaykh al-Allama al-Doktor Salih bin Fawzan al-Fawzan حفظه الله وغفر له ولوالديه وللمسلمين والمسلمات. We continue reading from the section of Ahkamu al-Janaiz, rulings related to funerals. ثانيا أحكام الوفاة. We began tonight in this class reading from the second part of this section, which is the Shaykh he talk about the rulings of al-wafat, of death. Because before that the Shaykh talked about the sick person, when a person is sick, the etiquettes of all that, and when we need to know what's supposed to be done at that moment. Now, when a person dies, so we take it from now. قال ويستحب إذا مات الميت تغميض عينيه لأن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم أغمض أبا سلمة رضي الله عنه لما مات. والحديث صحيح في صحيح أبي داود كما ذكر ذلك الشيخ الألباني رحمه الله في سنن أبي داود. The first point the Shaykh began with, he said it is recommended to close the eyes of the deceased upon their death. It is sunnah, it's recommended to close the eyes of the deceased person when they die. He said because the Prophet ﷺ did so with Abu Salama when he died radiallahu anhu. When Abu Salama radiallahu anhu died, the Prophet ﷺ closed his eyes, meaning Abu Salama's, because when the soul leaves the body, the eyes follow it. So the eyes stay open, so it's to be closed. And this hadith is sahih, as collected by Abu Dawood in his Sunan, and it is declared sahih in the Sahih of Abu Dawood by Imam al-Albani rahimahullah. And the Shaykh Hafidhahullah Ta'ala brought another hadith that is in Sahih Muslim from the hadith of Salama. إن الروح إذا قبض تبعه البصر فلا تقولوا إلا خيرا فإن الملائكة يؤمنون على ما تقولون. This hadith is collected by Imam Muslim in his Sahih on the authority of Salama radiallahu anha. She said that the Prophet ﷺ said, when the soul is taken, the sight follows it. The sight. And the Prophet ﷺ says, do not say but good. Do not say anything but good about the person, for indeed the angels they say Ameen to that which you say. The angels they say Ameen to that which you say. قال ويسن ستر الميت بعد وفاته بثوب ويسن ستر الميت بعد وفاته بثوب لما روت عائشة رضي الله عنها أن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم حين توفي سجي ببردة حبرة متفق عليه. Also the Shaykh says it is recommended to cover the deceased with a blanket or a sheet or something like that. Because of this hadith that is collected by Imam al-Bukhari or Imam Muslim rahimahum Allah on the authority of Aisha radiallahu anha, that when the Prophet ﷺ died, he was covered with a piece of clothing, a blanket. قال وينبغي الإسراع في تجهيزه إذا تحقق موته. Says, and once the death of a person is certain, people they should prepare him or her to be buried quickly and immediately. إذا تحقق موته. He says, the Shaykh says, once they sure that the person is dead. I was going to read to you some of the statements of the ulama as related to this point. Is a beneficial. As Shaykh al-Bassam he mentioned in his book Nail al-Ma'arib في تهذيب شرح عمدة الطالب, he mentioned especially for in our times, these questions will, people they have questions like this. Sometimes you find a person in a coma in a hospital and they have machines on them. Okay, people in a coma and they have these machines related to their hearts and brain and the like. And the people they ask these questions because some doctors say, look, just take your father out of these machines, just take them, he's dead. So when is a person to be taken, from those situations? But I accidentally brought the wrong volume, Allah musta'an. Inshallah I'm going to leave that until next time. Remind me next class. It says is important information because people they ask, and you know what I'm talking about, right? When someone in a coma or whatever, they have them
Life support?
on the life support machine. Yes, they call it the life support, right?
Yeah.
The life support. And then sometimes the doctor said to the people, the family, hey, if you don't mind, if you like to pull the plug and get them out of the life support, it's okay with us. But then the people they don't know, they're like, what about? But they look at the screen, they see that the heart's still moving. They're like, how are we going to pull the plug? His heart is still functioning, the brain is still functioning. Or sometimes they say he's still breathing. But there is some details, I don't want to mix them up. That's why, inshallah, I will read to you. Inshallah, I apologize. I brought the wrong volume. Alhamdulillah, we're human. طيب, so the Shaykh says, once a person is dead, not while dying you start preparing him for death. لا. تحقق. When it becomes a reality, you're certain that that person is deceased, died, then it should be dealt with immediately to be prepared for burial. And the Shaykh mentioned a hadith, but actually this hadith is da'if. I find it to be da'if. Well, actually, I find the hadith in Sunan Abi Dawud, in which Imam al-Albani, rahimahullah ta'ala, said is weak. The hadith is weak, and also is in a da'ifa of the books of collection of weak hadith by Shaykh al-Albani, rahimahullah, hadith number 3232. The hadith says, لا ينبغي لجيفة مسلم أن تحبس بين ظهراني أهله. That the body of a Muslim, of a deceased Muslim, should not be kept between his people, among his family. This hadith is weak. However, the Shaykh says that لأن في ذلك أي الإسراع في تجهيز الميت حفظا للميت من التغير. That the people should immediately prepare the body, of course by washing it, shrouding it, performing the prayer and the burial, so that the deceased person doesn't start changing, and then the smell and deteriorating and the like. قال الإمام أحمد رحمه الله كرامة الميت تعجيله. Imam Ahmad rahimahullah ta'ala, he says that the karama of mayyit ta'jiluhu, one is the honors that is due for the deceased person, is that you prepare them quickly and to bury them. قال الشيخ صالح الفوزان ولا بأس أن ينتظر به من يحضره من وليه أو غيره إن كان قريبا ولم يخشى على الميت من التغير. However, the Shaykh, he says, and there's another question that people do ask, this is the answer right here. He said it's okay for the people to wait a little bit, to wait some time for the family members of the deceased, especially the one who's in charge of him, to come, or family members, with one condition, that them waiting would not cause any deterioration to the body, and the body does not begin to change and smell and the like. So the Shaykh said there is no harm if a person died, they want to wait for a couple of family, but not for a long time. ويباح الإعلام بموت المسلم لمبادرة لتهيئته وحضور جنازته والصلاة عليه والدعاء له. وأما الإعلام بموت الميت على صفة الجزع وتعداد مفاخره فذلك من فعل الجاهلية ومنه حفلات التأبين وإقامة المآثم. He says also it is permissible to, when a person dies, to make the people know and aware about his death or her death, so that the people will participate in all the preparations needed to take care of this person, such as those who are going to wash the body and those unshroud it, and so as to the people will attend the salah to pray on this person, the Janazah, and making dua for this person and the like, and burying him. This is permissible to make it known that so and so died, so that the people be aware of the person's death, so that they can participate in these matters. And these are communal obligations, by the way. This is a communal obligation. If a group of Muslims took care of the shrouding, the washing and the like, it's okay, alhamdulillah. The Shaykh said, but as for announcing the death of a person so that many people attend and gather together and start talking about him, how good he was, how good she was, this is not permissible. This is not permissible. Certainly, those gatherings, when the people they gather and at the deceased house, and they sit there for a while, and then the family of the deceased, they're the one that have to cook for them, and sometimes they use the money that the person left to buy a lot of food, because in some countries it's a big, it's like you find a couple of 100 people here, especially after the burial. In some Muslim countries, unfortunately, is a bid'ah. By the way, from the bid'ah and the innovations, you will find them after they bury the person. If not everybody, most of them come back and stay in the house of the deceased. And then they make announcement that dinner for the deceased will be given this night, that night, for the deceased. When he was alive, they didn't know him. What they do, they slaughter a cow, and they do chicken, they do two foods now, they give them a nice, they cook nice for them. Many people attend. And they said this is the dinner for the deceased, and when he was alive, nobody knew him with one egg. Now they're going to slaughter a whole cow. And this is from the bid'ah and from the innovations. Why? Because the Prophet ﷺ didn't do any of this. Once you bury the person, you go home. Everybody go to his business, they go to their homes. There is no congregation in the deceased house. But unfortunately, in some Muslims, they still do these innovations, in which they put a burden on those people, because the deceased family, they shouldn't do this, because they participate, wal-iyadu billah, in this innovation themselves. Because they could shut their door and say, look, why are you coming here? I said, we bury him. Sunnah, go home. Alhamdulillah, that's it. Now, they're the one that open the door. Actually, they rent. Some of them, they don't have enough room in their home. They set a big tent. Some, they even rent a hall, alright, big place. And then many people, they gather. And they invite people. Make sure you come back for dinner. And they start, now it's different. They send text messages and stuff. And they're the one that invite, but they shouldn't do this. That dinner that they give at that night, the night of the deceased person, is an innovation, is a bid'ah, munkara. It's an evil. There is no good in it. The ulama, they mentioned that if the deceased person did, before he died, when he was sick, he's like, look, make sure you make a nice dinner for me, okay? So he shares in the sin, because he advised them to do that, okay? Because some of them do that too. They're like, look, when I die, make sure you invite everybody and make a big dinner, slaughter any cows you want, take for my money. So he shares in the sin, because that's an innovation. It's not from the sunnah. But if that person did not do that, but rather he says, look, if I die, no dinners, no congregation, that's it. Don't cry over me, don't do the affairs of jahiliyyah like the people do in the time of ignorance. But if they still do it, it's on them, nothing on him, because he has already advised them not to practice those bid'ah and innovations. And it's not just that night and days after that. Every day, 30 people or 100 or more, we come in and they have to sit there and cry and this and that, and they have to keep cooking for them, and all of this is not from the Sunnah. Ibn al-Arabi al-Maliki, he was from the Salaf, al-Arabi with alif lam, because there is the other one, Ibn Arabi Sufi, without alif al-lam, just Ibn Arabi. But this one, Ibn al-Arabi, is one from the ulama of the Malikiyya. He says, يؤخذ من مجموع الأحاديث في النعي ثلاث حالات: سنة ومكروه ومحرم. He says, when we look at all of the narrations pertaining to النعي, attending the death of a person and announcing and making it known, making the death of a person known to the people. He says, when you look at all of the narrations and you put them together, this is what the conclusion you get. That these announcements or making it known to the people fall under three categories: sunnah, disliked, and forbidden. What is sunnah from it? إعلام الأقارب والأصحاب وأهل الصلاح. When a person dies, you make the family members know about his death, the companions, his companions, and the righteous people. This is sunnah. Somebody die, you let his family members know about it. Okay, phone calls, text message, or they are close by, his companions and friends that they used to be around, and the people of righteousness. Some people who have righteousness, you let them know. This is sunnah. And what is disliked? وهي الدعوة العامة من أجل المكاثرة والمفاخرة والمباهات. What is disliked is making a general announcement now. Everybody, like those who they put it in newspapers or this or that. Okay? So now when all those people come, they just sit there and just talk and this and that. And it is muharram, forbidden, if it involves النياحة والندب الذي كان يفعله أهل الجاهلية, and it become forbidden if they call people and those people will come and cry, and especially women they start tearing their clothing, they tear their hair, and they start scratching their cheeks and do crazy things. And this is most definitely from niyaha, that it is forbidden in Islam. قال كذلك ويستحب الإسراع بتنفيذ وصيته لما فيه من تعجيل الأجر وقد قدمها الله تعالى في الذكر على الدين اهتمام بشأنها وحثا على إخراجها. أن الله سبحانه وتعالى يقول من بعد وصية يوصي بها أو دين. Likewise, from the etiquettes that we need to know, it is recommended to act upon the person's will. The person who died leave a will, he should be executed immediately, so that that person get the reward immediately as well. And also because in the ayah, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, when He talks about the inheritance, when a person leaves something to be divided by those whom Allah mentioned in the Quran and the Prophet in the Sunnah, those who deserve to divide whatever property or wealth the deceased left. But those heirs, before they do that, they should look at two things: wasiyah, the will, and dain, debts. He says Allah mentioned the wasiyah in this ayah before the debt, because of its importance. ويجب الإسراع بقضاء ديونه سواء كانت لله تعالى من زكاة وحج أو نذر طاعة أو كفارة. Also, the people, especially his family members, the close relatives to the deceased, they should also quickly and immediately pay his or her debts. Even those debts related to the rights of Allah, such as zakat. Person have the zakat but died before he give it out, so they have to give the zakat on behalf of that person. Or hajj, this person have the ability to make hajj but he didn't make it. He was planning to go to hajj and die. Then they have to take from that wealth, so somebody make hajj, perform hajj on behalf of that person. Or neither ta'ah, or that person, he has an oath to be fulfilled. Or kafara, an expiation. Okay, he has to expiate for certain things. Then yes, all these things has to be taken care of. And the point before that, like making the people know or letting the people know about the death of a person, also because the Prophet ﷺ, he let the companions know about the death of Al-Najashi, who was in Habasha. The Prophet ﷺ, he told them about his death. Also, the Prophet ﷺ informed the companions about the death of his 3 amirs in the Battle of Mu'tah, who they died in that Battle of Mu'tah. The Prophet ﷺ, he mentioned to the companions their death. We go back to the point of debts, D-E-B-T-S. Said whether the debts as related to the rights of Allah, like Hajj, Zakat, or expiations, kafarat, or these are debts that relate to the rights of a human being. كرد الأمانات والغصوب والعارية سواء أوصى بذلك أم لم يوصي به. طيب. Such as this person was entrusted with certain things. Somebody have left something, as an amana. Then it has to be given away to the people that belong to. Whether that person mentioned that in his will or not, this is a right that belongs to others. Likewise, if that person took something in the wrong way for certain people, then he has to be given back to the people and the like. Whether he mentioned that in his will or not. And the Prophet ﷺ said in the hadith, نفس المؤمن معلقة بدينه حتى يقضى عنه رواه أحمد والترمذي وحسنه. And also Ibn Majah from hadith of Abu Huraira, and Shaykh al-Albani said this hadith is sahih, is sound. That the soul of the believer is put on hold as related to his deen, as related to his debt, until it is paid. And the Prophet ﷺ, as we learn from other classes, when people die, and they used to inform the Prophet ﷺ about the death of that person, and they brought the person after the person is ready to be prayed over, Salat al-Janazah. The Prophet ﷺ used to ask, is there any dayn on this person? Is there any debt? If they say no debt, he performed the prayer. Sallallahu Alaihi Wasallam. But if they say there is debt, then the Prophet ﷺ, he says, did he leave anything to be paid off? If they say yes, the Prophet ﷺ would pray. If they say no, Prophet ﷺ says, you pray over him, I won't pray over him. Amen. That shows very important, ikhwan. Some people, they just keep borrowing money. Can I hold this? Can I hold that? Can I hold this? Can I hold that? Borrowing a lot of money, don't paying them back. It's no good. If a person dies, it becomes a big problem. You don't borrow money. Live a moderate life. Just stretch your legs as your rug go. Like some people, because they are attached to the dunya. They want a lot of the dunya, but they don't want to work for it. That's other people, they lazy too. And instead to get a job and work, let me hold this. Can I have 100, 500, 300, 1,000 here, 200 there, 500 there. And who knows, some people even borrow more than that. They borrow by hundreds of thousands. And this is when they borrow on good notes. We're not talking about those who go to the bank, corrupt banks, riba, haram, and borrow. That's not permissible. Now we're talking about the borrowing that is permissible. As for going to the bank and borrowing with interest, okay, they give you that 1,000 or 10,000, but then you have to pay it with interest. That's haram. You cannot do that. قال ففي هذا الحديث الحث على الإسراع في قضاء الدين عن الميت. He says this hadith is a clear proof that the people should pay the death of the deceased immediately and quickly as possible. وهذا في من له مال يقضى منه دينه. And this is for the person who left means, so that the people who behind him, they take from his wealth and pay his debts. Okay? قال ومن لا مال له ومات عازما على القضاء فقد ورد في الأحاديث ما يدل على أن الله يقضي عنه. The Shaykh Habibullah Ta'ala said, but however, if somebody died while has debts and settled debts, and that person didn't leave any money, was poor, but that person has intention to pay those debts, he says he has occurs in the narrations that Allah will take care of his debts. Allah will take care of that person's debt. So once again we learn from this also that even if a person has to borrow money or anything, then they have to have a good intention to pay people back. They have to have a good intention to pay the people back, and they have to follow the means. Not just have a good intention and he has the money and go spend it somewhere else. Some people, they do that. They borrow money and then they're like, look man, until a couple months people give them more than that. And then when they get the money, they go for vacation, they go buy I don't know what, more clothing they don't need, and then they don't give the people their money. And this is not right. Person should have a good intention. First of all, you don't borrow if you're not in need. You don't borrow. People, they become sick with that, become an addiction. Constantly borrow and borrow. And they think it's the easy way to make money. That's the easy way to get yourself in trouble. They think it's easy. Okay, people go to work. You don't have to go to work. They got to go borrow from this one, go this one, and this one. And then in that community, when now the people are like, where's my money? And I give it to you, don't worry about it, it's coming. Now more than one person in the community, they are like, what? He borrowed from you too? Well, that's why he borrowed from me. Now when the people know about him, what that person do? He go to another community. He move to another city or another state and do the same thing, and he thinks like doing something good. This is not good. The person should take care of themselves, find a way, and they live according to their means. They live according to their means. But if in the case of emergency and they need to borrow money, then they borrow what they need and they try their best to pay it back, inshaAllah ta'ala. ثالثا تغسيل الميت. The third part on this section is the washing of the deceased. And as the Shaykh mentioned in the beginning, in the introduction of this chapter, in this section, Hafidahullah, he says that this shows the beauty of this deen of Islam and how Islam takes care of a person while alive and even when they die. And even when they die. All of these things are done to be done by those who are still alive. Those who are still alive, they do these things that are legislated by Allah. And of course there is a great reward for those who do these things. Those who attend the person's funeral, whether they do one of shrouding or washing or praying and the like. قال ومن أحكام الجنازة وجوب تغسيل الميت على من علم به وأمكنه تغسيله. Likewise from the rulings pertaining to funeral, that it is obligatory for the Muslim body to be washed. It is an obligation upon the Muslims. But if a group of people took care of it, alhamdulillah, that's good. There is no sin on the rest. قال صلى الله عليه وسلم في الذي وقصته راحلته اغسلوه بماء وسدر. الحديث متفق عليه. From the hadith of Ibn Abbas radiallahu anhuma, the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam said about the man that he fell of a camel and the camel kicked that man and the man died, the Prophet ﷺ says, wash him with water and sidr. And this is agreed upon by Imam al-Bukhari and Imam Muslim. وقد تواتر تغسيل الميت في الإسلام قولا وعملا. There is many narrations in Bukhari and Muslim in the chapters of Janazah, funerals. The Shaykh says you can check on them. You will find many narrations in which talks about this important matter, the washing of the deceased in Islam. وغسل النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم وهو الطاهر المطهر فكيف من سواه. Even the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, the pure and the purified, he was washed صلى الله عليه وسلم. So the Shaykh says, what about those who are lesser than him in degree? Even the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, he was washed. His body was washed when he died صلى الله عليه وسلم. إذن فتغسيل الميت فرض كفاية على من علم بحاله من المسلمين. So therefore, the ruling of washing the deceased, the Muslim, because the kafir is not to be washed. Okay? As for washing the kafir, لا. And the Shaykh is going to mention that later on in a point. So when we're talking about the washing, of course, even if I don't repeat the Muslim, then that's what applies on. Washing the deceased Muslim, the body of a deceased Muslim, male or female, is an obligation upon the Muslims who knows about him and they are present. But it is a communal obligation. It is not obligatory upon all the Muslims in the area to all of them wash the person. Actually, there is qualifications and there is rulings pertaining to who should wash the person. Okay, as we will learn. قال والرجل يغسله الرجل. Now here is some details now as related to who should wash who. Okay, it's not a fawda, just left to the people to, to throw the toss or something, the corn. No. It is etiquette. The first of them, a man is to be washed by man. Okay? والأولى والأفضل أن يختار لتغسيل الميت ثقة عارف بأحكام التغسيل لأنه حكم شرعي له صفة مخصوصة لا يتمكن من تطبيقها إلا عالم بها على الوجه الشرعي. Rather, the one who's supposed to wash the deceased, ثقة, a trustworthy Muslim who knows the rulings of the washing. Because this is not just go there and pour a bucket on a person. It's not like somebody saying, okay, just take the person to the shower and pour some water on him or no. There is etiquette of washing. What to do, where to start, as we're going to learn. We're going to learn this later on, inshallah ta'ala. If it's not in the class of tonight, maybe the next one. There is steps, okay, that are to be followed. That's why the Shaykh Hafidahullah, he says, the person who actually have more right, as related to knowledge, is the one who have knowledge of the rulings of washing the body. Why? Because he said this is a ruling of the legislation, and there is a specific way of washing the deceased body, and no one will be able to follow the steps except someone who has knowledge, someone who learned and he has knowledge of those steps in the legislation. Sheikh bin Baz rahimahullah ta'ala mentioned something in details, and I don't want to read to you because I don't want to make this long, but since the book is perhaps in everyone's library, so I can refer you to that, give you homework if you don't mind. Okay? You can check the book of Sheikh bin Baz, شرح الدروس المهمة لعامة الأمة, explanations of important lessons for all Muslims. A very important book. Explanation of important lessons for all Muslims by Shaykh bin Baz rahimahullah. Go to the sections of funerals, al-janaiz, and you will read this section when he talk about who should wash the person, and he mentioned over there the qualifications, okay, of that person. قال ويقدم في تولي تغسيل الميت وصيه. Now the Shaykh is going to bring this detail I told you. Who's supposed to be given precedence? Because when somebody dies, you may find a lot of people, I will do it, I'll do it, I will do it. You're not going to have 100 people going over there. So who now have the right from all of these people that wants to wash the person? Wasiyuhu first. They look at the will of that person. If that person stated in his will, if I die, let so-and-so take care of my body. And he mentioned his name. Go to so-and-so. Of course, if that person is still alive and present and able. Okay? طيب. قال فإذا كان الميت قد أوصى أن يغسله شخص معين وهذا المعين عدل ثقة فإنه يقدم في تولي تغسيله وصيه بذلك. So if the deceased person have left in his will that so and so should wash his body, then the Shaykh says if that person is trustworthy and have knowledge of those steps and what to be done and how the deceased should be washed according to the legislation, then that person take precedence over all others. قال لأن أبا بكر رضي الله عنه أوصى أن تغسله أو تغسله امرأته أسماء بنت عميس. Because he says Abu Bakr as-Siddiq رضي الله عنه, he left in his will that his wife Asma bint Umays radiallahu anha should wash his body. And we take from this that Sheikh is going to mention it later on, but the permissibility for a wife to wash her husband. And likewise the husband is allowed to wash his wife's body. Because remember that the women are not permissible to wash the men, and men are not permissible for them to wash the women, except for this exception. And there is another exception for those children under the age of 7. The ulama they mention. قال فالمرأة يجوز لها أن تغسل زوجها كما أن الرجل يجوز له ذلك. So he says the woman is permissible for her to wash the body of her husband, deceased husband. Likewise, it is permissible for the husband to wash the deceased body of his wife. Anas radiallahu anhu, he left in his will that Muhammad ibn Sirin, one of the great imams of at-Tabi'een, he's the one who take care of Anas radiallahu anhu. Anas, in his will, he mentioned that the one who's supposed to wash his body is Muhammad ibn Sirin. He's the great alim from at-Tabi'een, the famous great scholar among the Tabi'een who said, إِنَّ هَذَا الْعِلْمَ دِينٌ فَانْظُرُوا عَمَّنْ تَأْخُذُوا دِينَكُمْ. This knowledge is a religion itself, so be careful who you're taking your religion from. You know, be careful who you're taking your religion, not just the knowledge. When a person sits in a circle of knowledge and listen to a person, when a person now in the technology go to the internet and start clicking on YouTubes, even though that person go to YouTube and put clips about Islam, and then you just start clicking on anything. No, you don't click on anything. You gotta make sure who's this person, what he's talking, what did he learn. You don't just take your child or yourself to any person who claims to be a doctor? No, you just want to make sure. He's a doctor? Yeah, mashallah, he's a good doctor. Says who? Who? Other doctors know him? No, but he looks like he's a good... No, he looks like a doctor. He's not a doctor anymore. He looks like. You see how sometimes the laymen get involved with things they have no business to get involved with? Same thing applies in a mechanic. You don't take your car to anybody just because, oh, he's good, man, look. Why he's good? Look at his clothing. He's got a lot of grease on them, man. Look at his hands. Yeah, right. That's it. That's the qualification. And later on, he miss up his surgery, he miss up his car, he miss up his plumbing work, his electrical work, and then like, I don't know, man, the people said he was good. Now the people said he was good. If you don't know, don't refer anybody to anyone. And especially in the deen. If you are just a layman and you're like, go and just, sometimes a person go to the YouTube, and how they think they got to be a good clip. How? 3 million, I don't know, hits, I gotta be good. No, that gotta be good. Doesn't work like that. So we have to fear Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and make sure, just want to share with you this great alim, Muhammad ibn Sirin, rahimahullah, who made a statement, إن هذا العلم دين فانظروا عمن تأخذوا دينكم. Now, so this is very important for us to remember this statement of this great Imam from the Tabi'een, Muhammad ibn Sirin, who mentioned these great statements. This knowledge is the religion itself. So you got to be careful who you take your religion from, especially in our times. Before, subhanAllah, if a person is upon bid'ah and innovation, nobody know him except the people around him. Or if he travels somewhere, and even the means of transportation and moving around, they were not like these days. But now, and still the ulama, they warn against those people, because you never know when he's going to come your way. And the ulama, they're very serious about warning against the innovators and the hizbis and the people who are called to batil and dalala. As one of the great ulama of as-salaf, I think maybe is Ibn al-Qayyim rahimahullah or Shaykh al-Islam Ibn Taymiyyah, he said they are the real highway robbers. You know the thief who sits in a highway and start robbing people and keeping the people away from going to work, to do their things. He said the Ahlul Bidah, those who are called to innovations and to Hizbiyah, they the real thieves. Why? Because they keep a person away from the path of Allah. Person is in the path of Allah, they snatch him out. They carry him off the path of Allah. Person is upon the Sunnah, and they remove him out. Billah. They are worse, because in the first example, that person will lose only what? His wealth. Or he may even lose his life too. So what if he die and upon Tawheed, alhamdulillah. But this real thief, hizbis and innovators, Ahlul Dalal, they take the people away from the Sunnah. And look, and they give them money and give them positions. Nah. But so if they die on Sunnah, on Bid'ah, innovation, that's bad for them. So now, especially in our times, you got to be careful. Especially of the internet. Got to be very careful. You never know. Maybe there are the enemies of Islam. They put in this stuff in there. And those mubtadi'ah, they are sponsored. They are to be given. They are given the green light to go anywhere they want. No questions asked. Where do you want to go? Go. Got you. Go. What you call into Tawheed, Aqidah, Sunnah, Madhab al-Salaf? Now they're going to tight you in. Can get here or there, they always keep an eye on you. If somebody upon bid'ah and innovations, calling the people to hizbiyah and things that divide the Muslims and keep them ignorant about their deen, they sponsor them. They make things easy for them. And they spread their batil everywhere. They help them to establish TV stations and broadcasting and all that. I know. But you're upon the haqq and try to do this. Yeah, right. They give you a hard time. Alhamdulillah. They give a hard time to themselves. Allah tells us, لا يكلف الله نفسا إلا وسعها. Do what you can. If you can't, alhamdulillah, that's all Allah asks. So be careful, ya akhwan. Don't you just go to the internet and put like Islam and give you all these YouTubes and think like, okay, click anyone and listen to anything. No, be careful. Ask, who is this person? And don't ask a layman. Because the layman can tell you, I heard that, man, I'm in love with that clip. That clip, I can sleep without listening to it. I listen to it like 300,000 times. And then you ask him a question, you know this person? Oh yeah, he's a great alim. What's his name? Can't even give you his full name. Where he from? Who from the ulama of our time, the great scholar, says he's an alim? Who? No, they don't give you the answer to this question. Why he's a great alim? Because he made his own judgment. The same way that layman would say, that's a good doctor. Okay? He said, you don't take that from him. He said, what do you mean? You judge him, he's a good doctor? You're not a doctor, akhi, to judge somebody else. Likewise, you gotta ask, even if somebody is famous, even if somebody gets so many hits, so many people visit he draw many crowds, but before you get your heart to him, not just your ears, because that's the heart. Because if anything goes into your heart, how are you going to get it out now? How are you going to get it out of your heart? Especially if people fall in love. Sometimes, subhanAllah, after years, certain people, they began to call to clear bid'ah, clear things that oppose Islam, but still people defend them. Still they say there's nothing wrong with him. Why? Because for years they were listening to them, and most of those people, they start with Sirah. You see? They start like Al-Awlaqi, this Anwar Al-Awlaqi, a great deviant person. They said he's dead, and we hope so. This Anwar Al-Awlaqi, when he started strong, man, Sirah, this, oh. He drew a big crowd because of his eloquency. And then once he has a big crowd now, and people talk about him and listen to him, now he began to release his poison now amongst the youth. So they be jihadis, and they go for the so-called, to them, jihad, which is not jihad in Islam. Killing innocent people and blowing up buildings and hijacking cars or trains or planes that has nothing to do with Islam. But then they began to call to this poison. And then you find people, no, he's an alim. You look at him. No, he's not. He's dangerous. The alim is the one who connects you to the book of Allah and the Sunnah of the Messenger of Allah and the understanding of the Sahaba. That's an alim. An alim who always come from the Quran, the Sunnah, and this is what the Sahaba they were upon. This is what the Tabi'in were upon. Not what Ikhwan Muslimin are upon, or Jama'at al-Tabligh are upon, or the Ahbash are upon, or this deviant group are upon. No. That's not an alim. An alim is the one who calls you to that which is right, to that which is correct. Always call you to the Quran and to the Sunnah with the understanding of the best of this ummah, the Sahaba Ridwanullahi alayhim. Anyway, we ask Allah to keep us firm upon His religion and to save us and our children, and especially our youth, from the fitna of the internet. Then after that person, who come in order now, the Shaykh mentioned, as related to who should wash the deceased body. Number one, the Shaykh mentioned, is the one that the person himself has left in his will. In his will, if I die, so and so take care of my body, my washing. So who comes next? Abu al-Mayyit. If there is no will, then the father of the deceased. He has more right than anybody else. Because he's the father, he has more affection, the Shaykh says, more affection in his son than anybody else. If the father is not present, maybe died or not fit to do it, who comes next? The grandfather. The grandfather, if he's still alive or if he's qualified to do the job, to do the work. Okay? The Shaykh says لمشاركته للأب في المعنى المذكور يعني في الحنو والشفقة. Because the grandfather loves his grandson as well. The same way a father loves his son, and he has mercy and affection for him. ثم الأقرب فالأقرب من عصباته. Then the closest to the person from his family members. Then after that it comes the foreign people to him that are not from his family. وهذا الترتيب في الأولوية إذا كانوا كلهم يحسنون التغسيل وطالبوا به وإلا فإنه يقدم العالم بأحكام التغسيل على من لا علم له. The Shaykh said, of course, this order we mentioned, it is to be taken into consideration if all of the above mentioned people, they have knowledge of the rulings and regulations of washing the body. Okay, this order is taken into consideration, but with the condition that these people, all of them, they are mentioned above, they know what they're doing. Not by claim. No, they know they have learned how to wash the body. Other than that, he says, then the one who's supposed to be put forth in the front is the one who has knowledge of how to wash the body. The one who has knowledge how to wash the body take precedence over the one who has no knowledge. If the father don't know, so he don't just go there and wash. He may assist. The ulama, they said he can assist. He can be there and assist. But who will wash? The one who knows. Because as we're going to learn later on, inshallah ta'ala, there is certain steps and regulations that the person should know. It's not just go over there and then come out and say we're done. No, a person needs to be learn and they know what they're doing. And we continue inshallah ta'ala next class. هذا وصلى الله وسلم على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا وسيئات أعمالنا من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. أما بعد أرحب بكم جميعا. I welcome all of you. We continue our classes in reading from الملخص الفقهي of our noble Shaykh al-Allama Dr. Salih al-Fawzan حفظه الله. But before that, we remind you of the importance of being in these classes, as these classes are for us to learn our deen, and therefore we should be consistent, because if we want the deen, we cannot learn it in one sitting or two, or one day or two. So we have to be serious about it and be consistent and make it a priority. We know priorities, alhamdulillah, so let's make this a priority. Especially if we doesn't have anything important to do. This should take precedence over anything else. Remind you of the great hadith that is agreed upon by Imam al-Bukhari, Imam Muslim, on the authority of Muawiyah ibn Abi Sufyan radiyallahu anhu, or anhuma, that the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wa sallam said, مَنْ يُرِدِ اللَّهُ بِهِ خَيْرًا يُفَقِّهُ فِي الدِّينِ. If Allah intends good for a person, will give them the correct understanding and the sound understanding of the religion. قال الشيخ صالح الفوزان حفظه الله: التفقه في الدين من أفضل الأعمال وهو علامة الخير. Learning, seeking knowledge so that you will acquire sound understanding of the religion is considered from the most noble and virtue of all actions. And it is a sign of good. If a person wants to know if he or she are upon good, this is it. You see how much they understand in this religion. So we're going to try to remind you, alhamdulillah, as we heard the reminder of the salat, we're going to try to remind one another about the importance of this matter. We're not here for entertainment, and we don't supposed to be here just because we got nowhere else to go. No, we're here because we choose to be here. We choose to be in this class at this present moment because we need to learn this deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, because we know that we cannot be ignorant. Ignorance is a fatal disease, and we want to remove ourselves from ignorance, and we want to learn the deen of Allah from its proper sources, and we want to apply the deen of Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, and that's what's going to help us in this life and in the hereafter, inshallah. We're going to continue from this reading from the section of أحكام الجنائز من الملخص الفقهي. We're still in the big section of as-salat, but this is the end part of it. The section for أحكام الجنائز, rulings and regulation pertaining to funerals. And we are in the part when the Shaykh is talking about the تغسيل الميت, أحكام الوفاة, تغسيل الميت, the third part in this section, which is the washing of the deceased body. Washing of the body of a deceased Muslim, whether it be a male or a female. We stopped at the point that the last thing we mentioned, that the person who's more entitled and has more right to wash a deceased person, it is that person that it is found in the will. If a person leaves a will and says, look, if he died, he wants so and so to wash his body, so that person take precedence over any others with one condition. Who knows what condition? Who remember the condition? Naam.
If he is qualified, if he knows how to do it.
Ahsant, meaning that he has to be qualified. And what qualify him, Sajid?
Knowing the regulations.
Ahsant, knowing the regulations. Knowing, what does it mean, Ahmed? Ahsan, knowing how to do it. And how a person know how to do it, Amir? How he know how to do it? Inshallah. You see? Jazakallah khair. That's a good answer too. If you say I don't know, that's a good answer. The problem is certain people don't know and they want to try to get you whatever they want to give you. That's a good answer, Amir. Jazakallah khair. Thus we learn from that. If we don't know, we say, Allahu A'lam, I don't know. Now, and that's what the Sahaba used to do when the Prophet ﷺ used to ask them. They say, Allahu A'lam. Allah and His Messenger know best. Now we say, Allahu A'lam. Okay? Meaning, they should know how to wash the body. Not just bring a bucket and put it on and make a big mess and splash. No. Know how to do it. According to what? Sunnah, ahsant, according to the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. Okay? So what if that person now he don't know? We talked about this last week. Naam, Akhi Muhammad. What if that person who's in the will don't know? He's not a person who know what to do.
The person who knew to
Huh?
show you how to do it.
La. نعم. Now, who will be entitled? Now, who took that responsibility? Amir.
Grandfather?
You're close.
His father.
Ahsant. The closest relative to him, his father, if he's alive, if he's not the grandfather or the uncle or and the like. But with one condition too. What is it? Huh? They know how to do it. You see? But if none of those people that the Shaykh mentioned know how to do it according to the Sunnah, then they have to find someone who knows how to do it according to the Sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam. قال فإنه يقدم العالم بأحكام التغسيل على من لا علم له. The one who has knowledge of the rulings and regulations of how to wash the body is putting forward before those who don't know. Even if they are the family of the person, even that's his father, that's his son, he don't know, he should sit back and let the one who know take care of it, inshallah. Now we continue. قال الشيخ حفظه الله والمرأة تغسلها النساء والأولى بتغسيل المرأة الميتة وصيتها. He says, now another point, as for the woman, when a woman dies, because women die too, not only men. Alright? Women die too, right?
That's right, brother.
I know. Everybody die. Human beings, they die, men and women. Okay, so the woman is to be washed by women, not by men. And likewise, we said for the men, for the women too. There are those women who take precedence, meaning those women that she put on her will. Before she died, she said, look, if I died, I want the sister so-and-so to wash my body. They have to honor that. And of course, with the same ruling she should know how to do it. فإن كانت أوسط أن تغسلها امرأة معينة قدمت على غيرها إذا كان فيها صلاحية لذلك ثم بعدها تتولى تغسيلها القربة فالقربة من نسائها. So if a woman leave a will that such and such and she assigned a woman to wash her body, then that woman should be the one that take care of that. Of course, if she's qualified, she knows how to do it. She knows the rules and the regulations of the washing of the body. If she does not know, then it moves to the closest family members to the women. Her aunt, her grandmother, her sisters and the like, who know, of course, the regulations. فالمرأة يتولى تغسيلها النساء على هذا الترتيب والرجل يتولى تغسيله الرجال على ما سبق. So when a woman died, she's not to be washed by men, no, by women. Following this explanation that the Shaykh gave. Likewise, as we mentioned before, he says, men, they are washed by other men. ولكل واحد من الزوجين تغسيل صاحبه فالرجل له أن يغسل زوجته والمرأة لها أن تغسل زوجها. Now, this is general ruling. No man has the right to wash a woman's body, even if she's dead. And no woman has a right to wash the body of deceased men, except in one condition: the spouses between them. It is permissible for each one of them to wash the other. So it is permissible for the man to wash the body of the deceased wife. Likewise, it is permissible for the wife to wash the body of her deceased husband. They say it's her late husband, right? That's English?
Yes,
طيب. قال لأن أبا بكر الصديق رضي الله عنه أوصى أن تغسله زوجته ولأن عليا رضي الله عنه غسل فاطمة وورد مثل ذلك عن غيرهما من الصحابة. The Shaykh, he says that because, for instance, Abu Bakr as-Siddiq radiallahu anhu, he left in his will that his wife to wash his body. In his will, he indicated that his wife, she's the one that washes his body. And also another example from the companions, the Shaykh Salih al-Fawzan mentioned, Hafidahullah, that Ali radiallahu anhu, he washed the body of Fatima radiallahu anha. She died before him. She died she died right after her father died, sallallahu alayhi wa sallam, our noble Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alayhi wa sallam. And also the Shaykh says the same things occurs from other companions. وَلِكُلٍّ مِّنَ الرِّجَالِ, another point, وَلِكُلٍّ مِّنَ الرِّجَالِ وَالنِّسَاءِ غَسْلُ مَنْ لَهُ دُونَ 7 سِنِينَ ذَكَرًا كَانَ أَوْ أُنْثَى. He said, now it is permissible for men and women to wash the body of a child. When a child dies and they didn't reach 7 years yet, they are under 7, then it is permissible for that child to be washed by men and women, regardless that child is a male or a female, regardless if it's a boy or a girl. But with one condition. What is it? Abdullah? Huh? Amir?
They have to know how to do it.
Amir?
They have to know how to do it.
No.
And
I just mentioned the condition.
they have to be mature.
La. Huh? Under the age of 7. That boy or that girl, they have to be under the age of 7. What about 9 years old? Mustafa? No? Okay. Because they don't live in the same state? Why no?
Because they're not under the age of 7.
أحسنت. هو كذلك. So you know your math. Very good. طيب. قال ابن المنذر: أجمع كل من نحفظ عنه من أهل العلم على أن المرأة تغسل الصبي الصغير. And then in al-Ijma', Ibn al-Mundhir, one of the great scholars of the past, he mentioned that he said all of those ulama that we learn from them, the ai from people of knowledge, they have a consensus and agreement that the woman is allowed to wash the young boy, to wash the body of a young boy. قال ولأنه قال الشيخ الفوزان حفظه الله تعالى لأنه لا عورة له في الحياة فكذا بعد الموت. He says because this the young boy under 7 doesn't have a awra. He's not considered from those people that have to dress properly in front of other women and the like. Likewise after their death. ولأن إبراهيم ابن النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم غسله النساء. And also because Ibrahim, the son of the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم, when he died, he was washed by women.
The son of Ibrahim, you said?
No, the son of the Prophet صلى الله عليه وسلم. His name is Ibrahim.
Oh, okay.
Ibrahim, the son of the Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam. His name was Ibrahim, not Nabi Allah Ibrahim. The Prophet Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, he had a son whose name Ibrahim, and he died very young. وليس لامرأة غسل ابن 7 سنين فأكثر ولا لرجل غسل ابنة 7 سنين فأكثر. So therefore the Shaykh, he says, it is not permissible for a woman to wash the body of a deceased child that reached the age of 7 or older than that. And likewise it is not for a man to wash the body of a young girl that reached the age of 7 and above. Okay? Now,
So that's including non-family members as well.
anybody, yes. Now, ولا يجوز لمسلم أن يغسل كافرا أو يحمل جنازته أو يكفنه أو يصلي عليه أو يتبع جنازته. Now you pay attention because all of this is we pay attention to, but especially now this point that Sheikh mentioned because you have to do with something that we are accustomed to. Okay? since we live amongst the non-Muslims. Alright? He said it is not permissible. It is not permissible for a Muslim to wash a kafir and a disbeliever, or to carry his body, or to shroud him, or to pray over his body, or to follow his funeral procession. So some people, they ask these questions, Muslims. He's a Muslim, but his grandmother died upon kufr. See? His mother died, his father died upon shirk. Cousin died in a car accident upon kufr, upon Christianity. Or other than that, other shirk. People, they ask, can they attend the funerals? Can they shroud them? Can they honor them? Can they pray over them? Can they go to the cemetery? Can they... Knowledge. When you learn, you know what to do. You know? Some people, even though they just go and do it, after they ask. The Shaykh said, it is not permissible for a Muslim to wash the body of a kafir, nor to carry his body, meaning the funerals, nor to shroud him, pray over them, or follow their Janazah to the cemetery. All of this is not permissible. لماذا لقول الله تعالى في سورة الممتحنة الآية 13 يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تتولوا قوما غضب الله عليهم يا أيها الذين آمنوا لا تتولوا قوما غضب الله عليهم. O you who believe, as the ayah 13 in Surah Al-Mumtahina, O you who believe, take not as friends and people who incurred the people who incurred the wrath of Allah upon them. People Allah is angry with them, they earn the wrath and the anger of Allah. قال فالآية الكريمة تدل بعمومها على تحريم تغسيله وحمله واتباع جنازته. So this ayah, in its general meaning, is a proof that it's not permissible to do any of the things that for the non-Muslim. Don't shroud their bodies, don't wash them. Ya subhanallah, and this will open another window. If anybody has a family member that are non-Muslim yet, so this will really encourage you to be more, serious about giving him da'wah. Giving him da'wah and learning how to give it properly. Someone is like he thinks giving da'wah, go fight with them. Go tell him, you know what, you want to go in the hellfire? Or let it be. Go to the hellfire. This is how you give da'wah? So how a person talk to his mother? They gave birth to him. Allah tells us, never disrespect your parents, even if they are non-Muslims. Never. وإن جاهداك على أن تشرك بما ليس لك به علم فلا تطعهما وصاحبهما في الدنيا معروفا. You gotta learn how to give da'wah. When you subhanAllah, you say, look, if they die, I cannot pray over them, I cannot shroud them, I cannot take them, subhanAllah, I cannot attend their funerals, I cannot say, Allahumma aghfir lahum, oh Allah, forgive them. You can make dua for them, nothing. SubhanAllah. So you be like, before you go to sleep, it's always on your mind. You can enjoy your life, knowing that your parents are still upon dalal, on the brink of the hellfire if they die on that. As our Sheikh Muhammad bin Abdul Wahhab al-Aqil, Hafidahullah, once he was talking about this point, and he says, how could a person who one of his parents, or maybe both, maybe his grandparents, cousins, aunts, uncles, maybe his entire family upon shirk, and he knows they are upon dalal, upon batil, they are not upon the haqq, they are on the path that leads to the hellfire. He said, how could a person really put his head on a pillow and go to sleep? How could a person, he said, enjoy his meals and his food, knowing that his mother, if she die upon shirk, she ain't going to no Jannah, even though Shaitan got him down. No, Jesus died for their sins, and they're gonna go to the paradise. The Shaykh, he says, if you have a person, a family member in your family that still upon kufr, not upon Islam, they are on the brink of the hellfire. He says, how you be laughing and you be really enjoying your life, while you know your mother, she may go in the hellfire if she die on that. He says, how could it be possible for a person who care about his mother, for instance, and father and grandmother, and still, some even their children are not upon Islam. Some brothers, they're older, and Allah gave them to Islam, but their children, they are not on Islam. Their grandchildren, they are not on Islam, upon shirk. So how could it be possible for this person really not trying their best and make it their priority, make it a priority, and to learn the skills of giving da'wah? It's not just to learn the skills and ask these questions constantly to the ulama. And then the Shaykh gave an example, subhanAllah, amazing example. He says, can you imagine that same brother who Allah saved from the hellfire, from shirk, from kufr, and his mother and grandmother and parents and his brothers and sisters and siblings, cousins, they are still upon kufr. And that same brother now, he's driving, coming from the masjid, alhamdulillah, just heard class of Tawheed, Allahu Akbar, his iman is high, and he's driving and he passes in the same neighborhood that his mother lived, his parents, his grandmother in there, and everybody is in there, his family. And then, but that house is in fire, really in fire, and his mother in the window, she's calling for help. His grandmother from the other window, they trying to get, and they trapped. And he said, and this man, he look at them and see them, and he recognize them. That's his grandmother yelling for help. That's his grandmother. That's his siblings trapped in, don't know how to get out. And he just keep going, drinking his coffee, and he keep going. He go home, and he's like, he said to his wife, where is the food? MashaAllah, here is, alhamdulillah, he's eating his food, and he won't take a shower, and he won't go to sleep. Would anyone in his right mind do this? I'm asking you. Anyone in his right mind pass by his grandmother's house or mother in fire and just keep drinking his coffee, and he keep going home and take a shower and enjoy his meal and go to sleep? Nobody will do this. Well, guess what? People are doing it for something that is worse than that. Not the fire in this life, the hellfire. Seeing their grandparents, their parents, siblings on the brink of entering the hellfire, you gotta go enjoy his coffee. No, you gotta find some time to talk to them. Make it your business. Make it your priority. Make dua in sujood. Give sadaqah. Talk to them. Try to be nice to them. Get close to them. Not just tell them, listen, you're upon kufr. No. Present Islam to them through your actions, through your manners. I forget the name of that tape, but it was tremendous talk. You may find it, inshallah, if you make an effort, you can find it. I want to share with you another story. This is a real story, who was narrated to us by our beloved Sheikh, Sheikh Falah Ismail, when he visited us in America a couple of years ago. And he mentioned, subhanAllah, Allah, it's amazing. This life is, now you're in it, tomorrow you're gone. You may be praying Janazah on one of us tomorrow. This is a sad but it's beautiful story at the same time. And it's a real story, by the way. This is not like this is a real story. It's about our brother, rahimahullah, Abu Talha Dawood Burbank. You may not know this brother, but his brother, he was a Caucasian brother from England. And you see his names on some very good work he has translated, like Thalathatul Usul. the explanation of the three fundamental principles, Shaykh al-Uthaymeen, that tremendous work is translated by this good brother, rahimahullah, and his wife, Abu Talha Dawood Burbank, and many other work, rahimahullah. Why I'm saying rahimahullah? Because 2 or 3 years ago, this noble brother from England, he was going to make Hajj. I don't know if you heard his story or not. He was going to make Hajj with his wife and 2 children, or 1, and a group of Muslims from England. They are on their ihram because now they get to Jeddah. They just go on the Hajj. They're on their ihram. From the plane they get on a bus, and that bus is taking them to Mecca. Right there in Jeddah, the bus caught on fire. The bus caught on fire. It was in the news. It's in YouTube if you want to check it. They caught on a fire. So, and people, they says that the brother and his wife, they were making sure that everybody get out. And when everybody get out, then the bus exploded in flame, and the brother and his wife, they were inside, and they died, rahimahumullah. But that's not the story actually. The story is years before this, when he was younger and he was a student in the Jamia. He got accepted in the Islamic University in Medina. and he was a good student. And he was in the last year. And he's going to graduate. He has a couple months. He has a couple months to finish and graduate, to get his degree from the Jamia. And Falah Ismail, the Sheikh Falah Ismail, he's the one who tells us this. He says, and this brother came to us and he's like, Sheikh, amongst others, I have to go back home. They're like, what do you mean you got to go back home? You got a couple months to finish. He says, no. My father is very sick in the hospital. I don't know if I'm going to see him if I stay here for a couple months. I got to go talk to my father. He's not a Muslim. I got to go talk to him, man, about Islam. Why I'm studying this? To give da'wah to others, or my father is more worthy to give him da'wah, subhanAllah. He says, we tried our best. Yeah, Shaykh, all these years. Now you're not going to get a degree if you drop. If you drop right now, they're not going to give you a degree. You have a couple of months. Be patient. We make dua for your father, inshallah. He says, no. I would love to finish, but I can't. This is more important. And he left. He dropped from the school. And he left. And he stayed with his father. And his father took shahada and died. SubhanAllah. Sincerity. Of course, Shaykh Falah Ismail, when he was reciting, he was crying. La ilaha illallah. Shaykh Falah Ismail, he says, subhanAllah, we know then when he called us and said, subhanAllah, I have a good news. And we were like, subhanAllah, good news, his father. They already heard that his father died, but he says, alhamdulillah, he died upon Islam. In the Shaykh, he said, we didn't see him and heard of him for years, but then one year we went to England to give da'wah for a seminar. He says, amazingly, we came, his mother is a Muslim, his grandparents are Muslims, cousins are Muslims. You see, he came, he's like, look, I'm going to work on my people, I'm going to work on my family. So now when you hear these statements, subhanAllah, you cannot wash a non-Muslim, you cannot take them, you cannot follow their funerals, you can't make dua for them. And then a person will say, subhanAllah, my mother, see, this is applying on my mother. This applies on my grandmother that really worked hard for me after I lost my mother, and my grandmother became my mother. And she helped me, she raised me, subhanAllah, she's an older lady, but she worked hard for me and my brothers and my sisters. And then you ask yourself, what are you doing in return? Because your grandmother, she may not need your money. Maybe she's still taking care of you. Maybe she's still saving a little bit for you whenever you go and visit. Hey, this is for you. But this is not what we're talking about. Talking about making an effort because guidance of success is only for Allah. Because you will never, don't you think that you're the one that's going to guide them to Islam? The Prophet ﷺ couldn't guide his family members. Some of his family members died upon kufr. Likewise, other stories, Ibrahim alayhi salam and his father, Nuh alayhi salam and his son and wife, Lot and his... Now, we have stories of prophets of Allah, and they as closest people to them die upon kufr and disbelief. But you don't know. Allah is Ar-Rahman, is Ar-Rahim. But once again, you just have to learn how to give da'wah properly. You gotta learn how to talk to them, how to, inshallah, but then the heart is in Allah's hands. And especially if you, brother or sister, 10 years ago you're upon the same shirk. Okay? Now you're upon Tawheed, Sunnah. Alright, Allah guided your heart. Don't you ever say, man, they fall in the shirk. No, what do you mean they fall in the shirk? You used to be upon the shirk. If you were not, maybe you were born a Muslim, well, look around you. You see other people who, alhamdulillah, maybe you heard a story or two in your community, especially we live in America. I'm not talking about the Saudi. The Saudi, or maybe in Muslim country, they may not know what we're talking about. But we live it, akhi. We live amongst people, and we know sometimes, yes, we know that sometimes a brother, he's the only Muslim in the entire family. I know. Some brothers tell me that. I'm the only one, akhi. Make dua for my mother. And I've seen throughout the years, some of the brothers, they were striving, and the sisters, striving hard, alhamdulillah. And some stories we hear, amazing. The grandmother, she's in the hospital. They brought her 2 or 3 priests, not just one. Priest calling her to, oh yeah, you're dying with the love of Jesus. And then she's like, look, call Abdul. She has all the Christian around her and the priest and this and all that. She's like, call Abdul, my grandson. He's a Muslim. What do you want him? She said, call him now. And he comes and he's like, yes, he's coming. All of the room is filled with Christians and Ravan and priests. And she's like, remember what you were telling me? I think you're right, grandson. You're right. Yeah, subhanAllah. Because you never know when. Because Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala is al-Hakim, the all-wise. He just wants to open the window. He may do any good. He may shake some of us hearts. Inshallah, so we be concerned and we be serious about those people that we claim we love and we care about them. Alright? That woman that gave birth to you and you couldn't eat, you couldn't change your diapers unless if she put her hand on you. She don't sleep unless you sleep. She don't eat unless you eat. Hey, nah. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala says in Surah At-Tawbah, verse 84, وَلَا تُصَلِّ عَلَىٰ أَحَدٍ مِّنْهُمْ مَاتَ أَبَدًا وَلَا تَقُمْ عَلَىٰ قَبْرِهِ إِنَّهُمْ كَفَرُوا بِاللَّهِ. And never, O Muhammad sallallahu alaihi wasallam, pray funeral prayer for any of them, those hypocrites, who dies, nor stand at his grave. Certainly they disbelieved in Allah and His Messenger sallallahu alaihi wasallam, and die while they are fasiqun. Also in Surah At-Tawbah, in verse 113, قال الله تعالى وما كان للنبي والذين آمنوا أن يستغفروا للمشركين. It is not proper for the Prophet and those who believe to ask Allah's forgiveness for the mushrikun. Can't Can't just say, oh Allah, forgive my grandma. Can't. Because Allah doesn't forgive shirk. Allah doesn't forgive shirk. And especially, can you imagine now, it's two different cases. Someone who's making a priority in his life, I got to do this something about it. Still his grandma or mother or family died upon shirk. He's not like the one who didn't do anything about it. No, he didn't do anything about it. There's two different things. At least one, he worked hard. He took the means. And of course you're rewarded for that. Great reward. And keep in hand that the result is only with Allah. He opened the house. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala chose. As He chose us, alhamdulillah, and we're happy and we thank Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala for guiding us to Islam, then we have to constantly thank Allah. Follow the means. Work hard. Learn how to do it the right way and the like. ولا يدفنه لكن إذا لم يوجد من يدفنه من الكفار فإن المسلم يواريه بأن يلقيه في حفرة منعا للتضرر بجثته. The Shaykh said, likewise, the Muslim does not bury a non-Muslim same way, or he bury a Muslim, or with the Muslims in the Muslim graveyard. If there is no one to take care of that person, then the Muslim now is upon that Muslim to take that family member who died and put him in a hole, and that's it, and put dirt so that people will not be affected by them. That's if there is nobody else that's taking care of that. وكذلك ذلك لإلقاء قتل بدر في القليب, because of the kuffar who died in Badr, they were thrown in this well. وكذا حكم المرتد كتارك الصلاة عمدا وصاحب البدع المكفرة. Likewise, the same ruling is for someone who does not pray. The one who is like his name Ibrahim, Abdullah, Abdul Rahman, her name is Aisha, Khadija, but they don't pray. Pray, that's okay, Allah Ghafur Rahim. They don't pray. Or those who are apostate, left Islam, same thing. You don't pray on them, you don't wash their body, you don't shroud them and the like. That's why Shaykh al-Uthaymeen rahimahullah ta'ala in one of his fatwa he mentioned, he says, if a person know that that person who died in his family, whether he is his father or a son or whatever he is, was not praying, that person should not deceive the Muslims and bring his body to the Muslim to be washed. Shouldn't.
Even though he believed in Islam and he believed, just he doesn't pray, but
he doesn't pray, yes.
But he's still
is
a Muslim.
No, he's not. Because he don't pray, that take him out of Islam. You see the importance of the salat? Importance of the salat. Because of him, he's not praying. Of course, some of the ulama, they differ. Some of them, they say, this ruling applies to someone who denied the salat. So there is no such thing, salat. Because he's denying one of the pillars of Islam. But others, from them Shaykh Ibn Uthaymeen, and they have strong proofs, they says no. Even if a person believes in the prayer, yes, you tell him, you believe that the prayer is important. Yes, it's important. But he don't pray. Out of negligence, they said, still, he lived the Islam wal-iyadu billah. That's why as another point, we have to, like, if we have anyone in our families that they not praying, we gotta make sure to make our efforts to call them to the truth so they begin to pray. You see? And we'll tell them, Ya akhi, subhanAllah, this is a very important issue. Why you're not praying? Alright, it's easy, it's only good for you. It purifies you, it cleans you from your sins, it's raise your levels with Allah, and you pray with the good people, with the righteous people. Subhanallah.
You pray sometimes.
قال الشيخ ويشترط أن يكون الماء الذي يغسل به طهورا مباحا. He's going to do the English translation now, inshallah, to finish this portion. The Shaykh, he says, likewise, he says that water that to be used for the washing, it has to be pure and has to be permissible, lawful, not stolen or taken away by force and the like. And it's better to be cold, unless if there is a need for it to be heated, inshallah ta'ala. For instance, if it'd be easier like that, more efficient to remove some impurities, or if it's extremely cold and the like. Likewise, the washing of the deceased body should take place in a secluded area, away from others, people. For instance, inside of a room or a tent, if there is no room in a tent or the like. Okay, not in an open area. Likewise, now, how to wash the body? He says, first of all, they lay the person on a platform or the like, on a bed. Usually they're like wooden bed or something like that. And you cover that person, his awrah, with an izar, with a sheet or something like that, between his belly button and his knees. That's an obligatory. Then you take off their clothing. You don't take their clothing. No, you cover the awrah first, then you take their clothing off. And they will be put on a bed, wooden, something like that, but it's bent. Okay? It's elevated from where the head is, okay, but lower in the other side. Okay? Slightly bent and tilted from the side of the feet. Why? So when you pour the water what? Run smoothly down, okay? Don't settle there. And who attend this? The person who is supposed to wash the body, and anyone who he may need as assistance, okay? Because sometimes a person maybe need more than one person to handle, okay? And it is disliked for other people to attend, meaning no spectators. It's not a time people just there to watch, to just watch or no. Person who be there to wash the body, and if anyone that may assist them. And briefly how this process is done, that the person who's washing the body raise the head of the deceased person close to the sitting position, and then he will pass his hand on the belly of the deceased person and pushing, so that, but gently, pushing against the belly and gently, so that if anything was about to get out, excrements or the like, then inshallah ta'ala will come out. And then at that time we'll pour a lot of water, so that whatever came out from the body of the deceased person will be washed by the water. And then the person who is washing the body put a cloth on his hand or something and make the istinja, wash the person. And then he intend to perform the ghusl for that person, say Bismillah, and perform the wudu, like the wudu for the salat. Meaning he washed the body parts for that deceased person, as a person will perform the wudu, except for the madmada and istinshaq. Okay, but it's enough to just pass water on his mouth and teeth and put a little bit of water in that person's nose. But he does not put water in his nose like that, or in his mouth, but just pass a wet cloth or something like that. Then he will wash his head and his beard with a water that is mixed with soap and sidr. And he washed the right parts of the body. Starting with the neck, and then the shoulders, under the shoulders, then the thighs and the legs, and then he will put it on his left side to wash the back of the body. Then put him on his right side and do the same thing for the left side. And mix the water with sidr and with soap, and it's better and recommended to have a cloth or something, piece of cloth to wash the body with. And what is obligatory is to wash the deceased person like this, in this way, once. And if he's clean, alhamdulillah. And what is recommended is 3 times. It is recommended to do this process 3 times. To wash the body and do it again 3 times. But after 3 times, maybe a person still is not clean, then you can add more until 7. And it is also the sunnah that the last wash, that you mix water with camphor. Why? Because the camphor give the body become solid, rigid, and you keep it firm. Give firmness to the skin. Okay, give firmness to the skin. And also, it cool down the body, and also it give a good smell. For these reasons, the camphor, it is to be put in the last time. Then you can dry the deceased body with a towel and the like. Trim his mustache, if he's a man, if he has a long mustache. Check their nails, subhanAllah, even when they die. Look at this beautiful religion of Islam. Trim their nails, Allahu Akbar. Trim their nails. If they are long, take the hair of their armpit, under their armpit, and whatever you take from their body, you save it. Don't throw it in the trash. You save it and put it with them. When you shroud them, it stays inside with them. The woman, when it comes to her head, if she has a long hair, then they will braid it, 3 braids, and be put behind her head. This is how the body is washed.
Is there any particular niyat that you recite before you start to wash the body?
What we just said right now. As for what other people do, that's why we're learning this class. Whatever we learn in this class, that's what we do, inshallah. As for what the people say and recite and do, Quran, that stuff is not from the Sunnah of the Prophet. They shouldn't do that. They should learn how to do it the right way and leave anything that is not right. Now the Shaykh, the last point he mentioned, what if in certain cases you cannot wash a person? They were burned very bad. And if you start washing them, they were like what? Fall apart. Okay? Or the one who is deceased is a woman, but she died somewhere among men. No husband. The husband is not one of them. Or a man died in an area amongst women. That's it. Him and bunch of women, and his wife is not one of them. Under all of these circumstances, the Shaykh says, these people, they are not to be washed, but tayammum will be performed by wiping on their face and the hands from behind a barrier, which is a piece of cloth and the like. Likewise, the Shaykh says, if a person cannot wash the entire body, but only a part of it, they wash what they can. They wash what they can. And they make the tayammum for the rest that they couldn't. And then he says, it is recommended, mustahab, for a person who washed a deceased body to take a bath himself after they finish, but it's not obligatory, he said. It's not wajib. It's not an obligation. And these are the rulings and regulations that the Shaykh Hafidahullah brought in al-Mulakhas al-Fiqhi as related to taghsil al-mayyit, the washing of the deceased. Of course, the Muslim, it's not permissible to wash the body of a non-Muslim. In the next class, inshallah ta'ala, we're going to learn about the rulings of takfeen, of shrouding. After the washing, then you shroud the body, and after that, the rulings of the salat and the burial of the deceased person. هذا وصلى الله وسلم على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. إن الحمد لله نحمده ونستعينه ونستغفره ونعوذ بالله من شرور أنفسنا وسيئات أعمالنا. من يهده الله فلا مضل له ومن يضلل فلا هادي له وأشهد أن لا إله إلا الله وحده لا شريك له وأشهد أن محمدا عبده ورسوله صلى الله عليه وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. أما بعد. Once again, I welcome all of you. درس الليلة في الفقه. Today we continue learning from الملخص الفقهي, a fiqh class from الملخص الفقهي of our noble Sheikh العلامة الدكتور صالح الفوزان حفظه الله وغفر له ولوالديه وللمسلمين والمسلمات آمين. أحكام الجنائز. We're still reading from the section in which the Shaykh talks about the rulings pertaining to funerals, rulings and regulations concerning the dead and funerals. رابعا أحكام التكفين. This is the fourth part related to shrouding. We learned when a person is dying, they are very sick, the etiquettes. Also when a person dies, what to do according to the sunnah. And also we learned the washing of the body. The last part was the washing of the body, the deceased Muslim. And all of these rulings and regulations, by the way, applies on a Muslim, not on the kafir. قال الشيخ حفظه الله وبعد تمام الغسل والتجفيف يشرع تكفين الميت. Once those people who wash the deceased person, as we mentioned to you and we read to you the details, who is allowed to wash who, okay? And then once that process is finished, then the person, he says, you dry them out and you began the other process, which is التكفين, shrouding. ويشترط في الكفن أن يكون ساترا ويستحب أن يكون أبيض نظيفا سواء كان جديدا وهو الأفضل أو غسيلا. The Shaykh says one of the conditions is that the clothing or the material, actually the material that is used to shroud the deceased body has to cover, has to be thick enough so that you don't see through the body of the deceased person. Okay? And it is recommended to be white and clean. To be white sheets is recommended. It's not an obligation. Doesn't matter, he says, if those sheets that are used are brand new, which is better, but they can be something that is been washed, inshallah. Meaning if somebody has some material, and as long as they wash it and it's clean, it's okay as well. ومقدار الكفن الواجب ثوب يستر جميع الميت. how much do you need from material enough to cover the deceased person, the entire body. والمستحب, this is what is obligatory. What is a wajib is that you cover the entire body of the deceased person in the shrouding process. والمستحب, however, what is recommended, تكفين الرجل في 3 لفائف, that the man should be wrapped in 3 sheets. Okay, that's recommended. In 3 sheets or 3 layers. Okay? وتكفين المرأة في 5 أثواب. The woman, she needs 5 pieces. The man 3 layers, 3 pieces, while the woman needs 5. What are these 5? Izar and khimar, qamis and lifafatain. The woman, she's different. She needs the izar, she needs the khimar on her head, a qamis, like the ibaya and like that they dress her up in, and then she be wrapped in 2 layers. That make 5. وتكفن الصغيرة في قميص ولفافتين. The young girl, she needs 3 pieces, a qamis and 2 layers. ويستحب تجمير الأكفان بالبخور بعد رشها بماء الورد ونحوه لتعلق بها رائحة البخور. Also it is recommended to this akfan, these layers of material, it is recommended to put some ma' al-ward. This ma' al-ward has a good scent. It's water that is the flower water or something. I don't know what it is in English. Rose water? Yeah, rose water. The rose water, you sprinkle it, and then you use bukhor. Okay, you burn some bukhor, so that nice smell stick into the layers that are being used of that material that you use for the shrouding. ويتم تكفين الرجل. Now the Shaykh is going to give us how you shroud the deceased man. So يتم تكفين الرجل بأن تبسط اللفائف الثلاث بعضها فوق بعض. So you have a table, okay, flat table, and you put those layers, you spread them out, and then you put one on top of the other. So 3 layers. Sometimes you have the people like on their table to eat, they have more than just one piece of cloth. I don't know if you notice that. Sometimes, especially people who eat around one table, in some countries and some people, that's how they do it. And if they're going to serve you more than one dish, because they bring one dish and everybody eats from one dish, okay? But they have 3 layers of material. 3, what do you call them? Tablecloth. 3 of them. Why? Because once you finish the first food, first plate, they take it and they rub the first cloth. It's gone. So now you have another one now. They put the other one and they're likewise, I'm just giving you as an example. So you have them 3, one on top of the other, this material. ثم يؤتى بالميت مستورا. And by the way, I just share something with you. Where I come from, you will tell just by how many tablecloth on the table that how many plates you're going to be served. Now, people, they go and count. If it's only one, you know there is only one. They 4 of them, you know. So why? So you manage how much you eat. Yes. So somebody don't know, they put the first plate, he eats, he's full. Now they take it, they bring the chicken, roast, nice. It's like, you didn't tell me. They're like, look, experience. People, they just come, they count. You see? MashaAllah. It's the adat of the people. Taqaleed, it's good to know them. It's good to know the taqaleed before you go to a country, you go to a place. At least you know their traditions, because that will help you. That will help you. Share with you something, just a window. A brother, an Iraqi brother here in America, he married a Moroccan lady. And he told me personally this story. After he married her here, it's been a while, and then he has to go to visit her family. She couldn't go for whatever reason, his wife, but he went maybe to get something from there, and by the way to meet her parents and family. His wife told him, look, don't eat on a plane. Moroccan flight is like, to go to Morocco is overnight. You always leave around 7:30, you get there at like 7:30. It's like 7 hours plus the 5 hours different. Alright? And if, of course, this is not a class about food or none of that or flying. It is just to mention that it's good. It will help you to know the customs. Even when you go to Saudis, you know the customs and the etiquettes, what they serve first, tea or this or that, and the like. Anyway, his wife told him, look man, they're going to cook for you. And that's true. Oh, Allah, alhamdulillah. In Morocco, maybe in other countries too, the guests, they take care of the guests. You think that this family, that's all they eat all day, every day. No, man. But when the guests come, they really take care of the guests. Okay? Just for you, as a guest. But other than, they just be eating sandwiches too, But once the guest is there, they make sure he eats good. Okay? From Karam. And she said to him, look, don't eat. So he said to me, man, he went, they serve it in a plane, and I said, okay. He says, I'm very hungry. He said, subhanAllah, it was amazing. In the plane, in the airport, a lot of people from our family came to meet him. He's like, I feel special. Almost the whole family came. Wow. Then they drove for a while, a couple hours. Then, as soon as they get there, around 11 or 11:30, he said to me, I smell the food. It's beautiful. He says, in Morocco there is a custom. It doesn't matter what you're going to eat, the first thing they serve you is tea and cookies. You got to do that. Alright? Tea and cookies, that's the first thing. So him, in his country, he says, if they serve you tea and cookies, it means that you just missed the food. So he told me, he's like, I can't believe these guys. They couldn't even wait for me. He said that's what's going on through his mind. So this is only custom. You don't even have to eat sometimes they tell, eat this, inshallah, alhamdulillah. That's the custom. But him, in his mind, no food. They ate, these guys ate without him. So he said to me, man, I get down on those cookies. He said, I ate a lot of cookies. They said to me, eat. And a lot of them like different. He said, I ate. They looking at me like this. This guy, just the cookies, he ate all this? So subhanAllah, he says, I'm full. Eat, I'm done. They were like, oh, he said, later on I understood them looking at me like this and they talking in their language, some stuff. I said, I don't know why they talking like that. He said, as soon as they take off this, they brought this plate has 4 roasted chicken. They're like, eat. He said, what? You can't eat. They say, why you eat so much cookies? He said he couldn't eat. They start eating, they try to feed him. He said, I can't, guys. They took out the cookies, the chicken, they put the roasted lamb. After the lamb brought, I don't know what, he said, I'm just looking. Then I said, man, somebody gotta explain to me this, man. And then they told him, they're like, wow, look, man, we were concerned when you were causing that damage in those cookies. We were like, our daughter married home, man, this is only the cookies, what he do? They thought he can eat. But later on when they explained to him, he's like, subhanAllah. See, that's when you know the customs of certain people, it's good. It helps you a lot to understand them, to respect them at least, and to don't get in trouble too, you see? Anyway, we go back to this one, barakallahu fikum. Let me share with you one thing too, from the customs. Sheikh Al-Umaysan, hafidahullah, He just got his PhD, by the way, alhamdulillah, with taqdeer mumtaz, excellent. Sheikh Abdul Rahman Umaysan. Alhamdulillah, he got his PhD a couple of weeks ago. Jazakallah khairan. But he shared with me too something that, the custom of the people. He said that Sheikh Abdul Muhsin Al-Abbad, our noble Sheikh, he told him that they have a guest one day, and they put some nice food in front, yarhamukallah, in front of the guest. And they have this custom, they have a custom over there too in Saudi. Doesn't matter what they cook for that person, they take good care of him. They still say to him that tara hada mahu haggak in the Saudi language. Tara hada mahu haggak, meaning literally word for word translation. By the way, this is not yours. This is not for you. Meaning you deserve more. That's what he means. What he means, with all of that they put, they're like, by the way, man, we could do better, so please just accept. But literally in Arabic it's like taramahu haggak, meaning this is not yours. The man don't understand that. As he eating, the Shaykh said to him, taramahu haggak, he says, why you blame me? You put it in front of me. You see, because he don't understand. Usually the right answer, when he said to you tara ma'u haggak, you say, la jazakallah khair, come on, all of this food, la this is even more than enough, barakallahu feek, jazakallah. The man, he said to him, blame me for what? You put it in front of me. Inshallah. Not knowing the customs of the people. Alright? Now, طيب, we go back to the kafan. So now once these layers of material are laid out on a flat surface, then preferably a table, because it becomes easy for you to work with. طيب. ثم يؤتى بالميت مستورا وجوبا بثوب ونحوه ويوضع فوق اللفائف مستلقيا. Then the deceased person, the body of the deceased person, will be brought but covered, not naked. It's an obligation. Remember, even remember we learned before they wash the body, before they take his clothing off, they don't start taking clothes. They cover his aura first. Then they take the clothing off. And while they're washing it, they're washing under that cover as well. Okay? So now they bring the deceased person's body, and while the aura is covered properly, and he will be put on those layers. Okay? Laid on these layers on the back. ثم يؤتى بالحنوط وهو الطيب ويجعل منه في قطن بين أليتي الميت وتشد فوقه بخرقة. Then they bring the hanut. This hanut is some type of perfume. SubhanAllah, look how Islam take good care of the people even after their death. Bring some perfume, and it will be put in some cotton, and it will be put between the buttocks of the person, and it will be tightened with a piece of material. ثم يجعل باقي القطن المطيب على عينيه ومنخريه وفمه وأذنيه. And the rest of that cotton, because you took that cotton and you put, perfume in it, the rest, the leftover, you put some on the eyes, he says, in the nose, the nostrils, and in the mouth, the ears, وعلى مواضع سجوده, some perfume on the places that they used to touch the ground in sujood, was the jabha, the forehead, the nose, the hands, the knees, and the tips of the toes.
Brother, in the cotton, is it required? Because where I came from, I had never seen anybody putting a cotton in the nostril or the... So
where I come from too. That's why we learn in the Sunnah. That's why we're learning, alhamdulillah, so that whatever us know something from before, and now we correct those things. Okay, that's why we're learning. Because once again, good that you mentioned that, Jazakallah khairan, so that we can bring this reminder once again, that the deen of Allah, the religion, is not taken from the customs of the people. It's not taken from what this country is upon or this tribe is upon. This is the deen of Allah. The religion of Allah has to be taken from what Allah has legislated. And that's why we are studying from the books of the ulama, those who they study Islam. This book, by the way, is by a sheikh who is known with his credibility and knowledge. This is not some chemist like Tariq Suwaidan, or somebody who don't have no clue about the deen, has PhD in mathematics or whatever, never studied from the ulama, now he's going to write on Islam. This sheikh is not giving his opinions, nor is he saying, look, this is how we do it back home. This sheikh is telling you according to what Allah has legislated, okay? So, as we learning, if any one of us grow up in some environments that certain things are done in certain way, then we have to forget about those ways. And we have to hold on to the ways of the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ. Okay? Your country has a lot of things. My country also has so many things. His country has so many things. His country has so many things. His country has so many things. I know. And the deen of Allah has to be taken from its proper sources. The Quran and the sound Sunnah of the Messenger of Allah ﷺ, as understood by the companions. In customs it's okay. Since we were talking about food earlier, in the food, this country they eat it their way, the other country they cook their chicken the other way. You bring 100 countries, they cook that chicken 100 different ways, it's okay with us. But they cannot make dua after salat 100 different ways. And we say, no, you do it your way, your country, my country. No, this is the deen of Allah. We all have to learn, regardless what country we come from, what colors, what dialects. When you come to the deen of Allah, the only people who are going to be right, they are those who they learn Islam from its proper sources, regardless their difference of customs and colors and languages and the way they look or their countries. The only ones that they're going to be upon good and doing the right thing, they are those who learn Islam from its proper sources. Okay? So it has nothing to do with the customs of the people and this, my country against yours, or his tribe against his, or no. The deen of Allah. Anybody who brings us what is from the deen of Allah, we take it regardless who he is. Okay? Barakallahu feek wa jazakallahu khairan. وكذلك تحت الإبطين وطي الركبتين وسرته. Shaykh Fawzani says also, you perfume under the armpits, their armpits, and behind the knees. What they call? They have a special name. Behind the knees, okay, and also as-surra, the belly button, okay. ويجعل من الطيب بين الأكفان وفي رأس الميت. Likewise, that perfume is between the layers that are used, subhanallah, and on the head of the person as well, the deceased person. ثم يرد طرف اللفاف العليا من الجانب الأيسر على شقه الأيمن. I wish if I have 3 layers in here or something to even demonstrate, but this book I'm using, see like if it is the case, okay. So now there is 3 layers, okay? 3 layers. The person, he says, so what you take, the top one, the upper layer, from the left side, and what do you do? Cover the deceased person. You bring it to its right. And then the same, the other side, you put it back like this, okay? Alright, from the right to the left. And then you go to the second one, like this, alright? And then you go to the third layer, like this. Alright? Like this. So now you have all these 3 layers. First they are all together. Okay, but you take the first one, then the second, okay, then the third. Then the third. Now. ويكون الفاضل من طول اللفائف عند رأسه أكثر مما عند رجليه. Now the Shaykh says, of course, now when you do this, there's going to be some extra material in both ends. Okay? Make sure that there is more material by the side of the head than by the side of the feet. Okay? So, meaning when you put the person, you make sure that you leave more material from his head than from the part of his feet. Okay? And then the Shaykh says, what you do now with that left of material, يجمع الفاضل عند رأسه ويرد على وجهه. You fold whatever left over, that extra that is in there by the head, and you bring it on top of his face. Okay? You fold it and you bring it on top of the face. When he's like this, okay, you fold it and you bring it on the face. You do the same thing by the feet. You fold it together and you return it back on a person's feet. Okay? On a person's feet. So now it's tight. ثم تعقد على اللفائف أحزمة لئلا تنتشر وتحل العقد في القبر. And then you tie it. They make some strings, piece of material, okay? And you tie those lafaif, those layers, you tie them so that they don't go loose. Okay? So they don't go loose while they carry him and when they put him in a grave. So you make sure they tighten. وأما المرأة, that's as far as the men. وأما المرأة فتكفن في 5 أثواب. As we mentioned, I read to you that the woman, she is shrouded and covered in 5 pieces. Okay? An izar, تؤزر به, around her, the izar. ثم تلبس قميصا, then they put on her a qamis that she wears, they put it on her, and a khimar على رأسها, a khimar on top of her head. ثم تلف بلفافتين, and then she's put on 2 layers and she will be wrapped in those layers. خامسا أحكام الصلاة على الميت. The 5th portion of this section of the funerals is the rulings and regulation concerning the salat al-janazah, performing the prayer over the deceased person. قال ثم تشرع بعد ذلك الصلاة على الميت المسلم. Once the shrouding finished, then they will perform the funeral, the janazah prayer, the salat on the Muslim. Because as we mentioned, these rules do not apply on non-Muslims. The non-Muslims are not washed or shrouded or prayed over. طيب. فعن أبي هريرة رضي الله عنه قال قال رسول الله صلى الله عليه وسلم من شهد الجنازة حتى يصلى عليها فله قيراط ومن شهدها حتى تدفن فله قيراطان قيل وما القيراطان قال مثل الجبلين العظيمين متفق عليه. The Shaykh mentioned first a hadith that is agreed upon by the Imam al-Bukhari and Imam Muslim rahimahumullah, and this hadith highlights the virtue of performing the funeral prayer. Keep in mind, because the janazah prayer is not obligatory. It's not like Asr prayer or Fajr or Dhuhr or Maghrib or Isha. It's not obligatory individually upon every individual. But look at the virtue for those who have the ability to do what they should attend if they want this good. What is this virtue? Is the hadith of Abu Hurairah radiallahu anhu, that the Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, whoever witnessed the janazah until he performed the prayer on it amongst the Muslims, he will get the reward of a qirat. Qirat, just remember this word, qirat. And whoever continue and stay with the janazah until he's buried, he will be rewarded 2 qirats, not just 1, 2. So they asked the companion, they said, what is this 2 qirats, O Messenger of Allah? They said, what is this 2 qirat? He says, like 2 great mountains. 2 huge mountains. Subhanallah. I know. So it's great for those people who have the ability, have time. Yes, if you hear there is a janazah, especially for us in America, it's alhamdulillah. Alhamdulillah, people don't die every day. Okay, but if you go in Saudi, especially in Mecca, in the Haram, those who's been there, how many times you pray janazah? How many times?
Every salat.
Every salat. Every salat. Every salat. I remember once I was in Medina and they missed us. We were there for a while. Every salat, as-salatu ala al-mayyit. One salat, one. I don't remember what salat was that. They didn't make the announcement. And people, they get confused. Maybe they forget to make the announcement. Maybe, I said, let's go. No, they may do it later on. And people are waiting because they get used to that. But in Mecca, every day, and sometimes you see them. You see them bringing them. Sometimes 7 people at one time. 10 more. Subhanallah. But here in America, it's kind of like, mashallah, maybe every 3 months or 5 months we pray on somebody. So make it, this is Qirat, ya akhi, subhanallah, great mountain. Great mountain. If somebody was telling you, you get a great mountain for you. Not gold, just a mountain, trees and the rocks. He still was like, man, I'm down. He's coming. Not talking about gold or silver. Just a mountain. He's like, man, you okay? But this is a subhanallah qirat of good deeds. A great reward. So let us inshallah when we hear that there is a janazah, let us make ourselves available. And also to make dua for your brother or for your sister. Okay, because you would love, if I die, I would love too that the people show up and pray over me and make dua. Not somebody outside going to get a coffee. No, we don't do that. We get a coffee after that. Inshallah, we get coffee tomorrow. Why? If you don't drink coffee today, is something going to happen to us? But this is important for us. Keep in mind, it's not an obligation as the Shaykh is going to mention, inshallah ta'ala. والصلاة على الميت فرض كفاية. شفت إذا فعلها البعض سقط الإثم عن الباقين وتبقى في حق الباقين سنة وإن تركها الكل أثم. Performing the janazah prayer is a communal obligation. What does it mean? If a group of Muslims they perform it, it's okay. There is nothing wrong on those who didn't attend. It's not like Asr prayer, for example. It's not like, okay, 30 people in the community, they came and pray Asr, the other people don't have to pray Asr, it's okay. No, everybody should pray Asr prayer. Okay? Now, this one here, the Janazah prayer, if a group of Muslims in the area, they did it, alhamdulillah, the other one, they don't have to attend. Okay? But, if they all live it, they sinners all together. If no one show up and nothing, they all sinners. They all share in the sin. وَالْعِيَاذُ بِاللَّهِ. وَيُشْتَرَطُ فِي الصَّلَاةِ عَلَى الْمَيِّتِ. Now the Shaykh is going to mention some conditions, the conditions for this salat too, because this is a salat. He has conditions, he has pillars, and he has sunan. Salat al-Janazah also has conditions, and has pillars, and has sunan. What are the conditions of the funeral prayer? An-niyyah. You need to know what you're doing. Now, at least you know that you're praying on a deceased person. And this doesn't mean that at that time you stand and say, here I am in this masjid, standing next to this beautiful brother here on this Tuesday of whatever, performing janazah prayer on my brother. No. We don't say the niyyah outwardly like this. But just knowing that this is janazah, alhamdulillah, now it is, that's the niyyah, just the niyyah. واستقبال القبلة. Likewise, you face the qibla. Janazah, you face the qibla as well. وستر العورة. You have to be, your awrah has to be covered properly as well. وطهارة المصلي والمصلى عليه. That you have to be in state of purification. The one who is praying and the one who is prayed for or over. meaning after the ghusl. واجتناب النجاسة, likewise to avoid impurities. وإسلام المصلي والمصلى عليه, that both those who are performing the funeral prayer and the one whose the prayer is for, both have to be Muslims. Therefore you see the mistakes of some people. Somebody die, he has a non-Muslim family, and they include them in the salat. They include them. They say, oh, come Miss whatever her name is, the grandmother, she's not Muslim, she's praying too with the Muslims. Non-Muslims standing with the Muslims. La, they don't stand in the prayer. They should be told nicely, okay, because Islam is a beautiful religion. Somebody has to talk to them before that moment, okay. They have to tell them, look, you can't pray, mashallah, this is respect. We don't come to the church and pray over anyone. Likewise, okay, this is not your religion, this is not what you guys do, and you would not benefit this person. I'm sure you want good for him, right? Alright, so we got it. But you explain to them. I'm sure they're gonna say thank you. And it happened before. Happened to us more than one occasion. We go and explain to the people, and they say thank you for letting us know. Not to confuse the people now. They stand too. You sit down. They're like, why me? Explain to them. So we don't do it to extremes. Those who tell them, come Miss so and so, come. No, you're the family. They invite them, a jahil imam. Those imam who are juhal, ignorant. They even put them in the front. I was told that they even said, make a room. They bring them in the front. No. So we tell the people, we explain to them that for them, it is not for them to pray and to take a part of this and the like in a nice way, alhamdulillah. وكذلك حضور الجنازة إن كانت بالبلد. Likewise, that the body has to be present. Okay, if the body is there, it be present. Not like some people are still washing and like, okay, we know why we have to wait. Let's pray. And they pray the janazah in the masjid. The body is still washing. La. They have to wait until the body is present. Okay, and they pray. It's different if the body is not present, somewhere else, and nobody there, as the ulama they mention. And this is called Salat al-Ghaib. If somebody dies somewhere and he was buried as a kafir, not as in a Muslim way, according to the Sunnah, they just buried him, whatever the case, the ulama, they says it's permissible to perform the salat on that person. Okay? But if the body is available, the Muslims, they perform the salat al-janazah over the body when it's present. وَكَوْنُ الْمُصَلِّ مُكَلَّفًا. Likewise, from the conditions that the person who's performing the salat, it's from people who they reach the age of taklif. They are from those people who it's upon them to perform the prayer. وأما أركانها, as for the pillars of this salat, فهي القيام فيها. The pillars of the funeral prayer, standing. Okay, you stand. والتكبيرات الأربع. The 4 takbirs. You say Allahu Akbar 4 times. وقراءة الفاتحة. The reciting of the Fatiha. Number 4, الصلاة على النبي. Like you say in tashahhud. اللهم صل على محمد وعلى آل محمد. Like صلى الله عليه وسلم in tashahhud. خامسا والدعاء للميت. There is a dua, a supplication that you say. The Imam say it and the people behind him they say it. They make dua for the deceased person. والترتيب والتسليم. And this has to be done in this order. And the taslim. طيب. أما سننها, of course there is no ruku' and no sujood in this one. Okay, no ruku', no sujood, no tashahhud. It's all standing. Once you stand until you finish. There is no ruku' and there is no sujood. Okay? There is none. Okay, so you stand until you, even taslim you making it while standing. Okay? وأما سننها, as for the sunan, فهي رفع اليدين. And the sunan, it means if you do it is good. If you don't do it, nothing, alhamdulillah, wrong with that. فهي رفع اليدين مع كل تكبيرة. The sunnah of this salat is the raising the hands with the takbir. You say Allahu Akbar, you say Allahu Akbar. Okay? Allahu Akbar. Raising the hand. It's from the sunnah. والاستعاذة قبل القراءة. Likewise, to say أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم before you begin to recite al-Fatiha. Okay? وأن يدعو لنفسه وللمسلمين. To make dua for yourself and for the Muslims in the dua parts. والإصرار بالقراءة. And that the qira'ah, the recitation of Fatiha is silent. وأن يقف بعد التكبير الرابع وقبل التسليم قليلا. And that to pause a little bit after the last takbirah, the fourth takbir, to not say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah to the right immediately, to pause a little bit, that's from sunnah as well. وأن يضع يده اليمنى على يده اليسرى على صدره. To put the right hand on the left on the chest while you're saying Allahu Akbar, that's from the sunnah. والالتفات على يمينه في التسليم. And to turn to your right when you say Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, that's also from the sunnah. And we continue after the adhan, inshallah ta'ala.
Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar. Ashhadu an la ilaha illallah. أشهد أن لا إله إلا الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. أشهد أن محمدا رسول الله. حي على الصلاة. حي على الصلاة. حي على الفلاح. حي على الفلاح. الله أكبر، الله أكبر. لا إله إلا الله.
Now the Shaykh Hafidahullah is going to give the description of this prayer. After he gave us its virtue, the merit, the rulings on it, is it obligatory upon everybody or not, and we learned that it is a communal obligation. And also after we learned its condition, its pillars and its sunan, now the Shaykh is going to give us a description how to perform, how this salat is performed according to the sunnah. Not according to some tribe or some people or some imam or some community here or some masjid over there. According to the sunnah of the Prophet sallallahu alayhi wasallam. قال تكون الصلاة على الميت بأن يقوم الإمام والمنفرد عند صدر الرجل ووسط المرأة. That now once the body is put down, now the imam, or if someone is alone, sometimes it may be one person, nobody, he couldn't find nobody else. Or if there is more people, then there is the imam. Okay? Where this imam stands, he stands by the head of the man and by the middle of the woman. Okay? Her waist. طيب. ويقف المأمومون خلف الإمام. And the people, if there is people, they lined up behind the imam. Okay? Behind the imam. Now I have a question for you. What if we have a man and a woman? There is a janazah to be performed on a man and a woman. Sometimes you hear it. If you go to Hajj and you're in the Haram, whether in Mecca or Medina, keep in mind you don't have to go to Medina. It has nothing to do with Hajj. And sometimes, because when they say, they make the announcement as-salatu, sometimes they say as-salatu ala al-amwat. Funeral prayers on the deceased in plural. You don't know if it's man or women and the like. Sometimes they said as-salatu ala rajuli. You know that it is only one man. Sometimes you hear this as-salatu ala al-mar'ati. What does it mean? It is only one woman. Sometimes they said as-salatu ala al-rajuli wal-mar'ati. A man and one woman. Sometimes they say as-salatu ala al-amwati wal-atfal, and children, wat-tifli, and one child. Yes, subhanAllah. Why did they do this? To let you know, because the dua change. If they say man, so you make dua for that man. If it's a woman, then in Arabic you change the what do you call it, demonstrative?
The pronoun.
The pronoun change. So in English it's all you.
Yeah.
Huh? Arabic is no. Allahumma ghfir lahu, Allahumma ghfir laha, Allahumma ghfir lahuma, Allahumma ghfir lahunna, Allahumma ghfir lahum. You see? It's different. They tell you that so you know what dua you make. Okay, what pronoun you choose. Now here is the question. I go back to the question. What if they say there is a janazah on a man and a woman? How they perform? Who knows? How they perform this janazah?
The head.
The head, both of them. That's one answer. Remember, this deen is knowledge, no guessing. When I say who know, I said who know. I didn't say who guesses. Who knows? You heard what I said, right? I said who knows. I didn't say who guesses. Jazakallah khair. Allah yahfadak. Tayyib. MashaAllah. Remember, you're right in one thing. Who, the imam stands by the head of who?
By the head of male.
Or what about the woman?
Middle.
The middle of the woman. The waist. Here. The middle. So how are you going to do that?
You are not.
So they pray on the man first and then bring the woman? No, they do one salat for both of them at one time. But how it's done?
You mean the position of the body?
The position of the body. Ahsant. Give me a pen. A pencil? It's okay, no problem. Let's say now the pencil is the woman. Alright? If the imam is going to pray on a woman, he's going to be in the middle like this.
Right.
Okay? The pen is the man. Let's say this is the head. If the imam is going to pray, he stands here, right?
Right.
No, right here, by the head.
The head.
So now how he does it? They move the woman,
Over.
put her middle by the head of the man behind him. So when the imam stands,
So it's
it's in the same line. You see how it is? See, it's technique. So they put the woman, they move her up so that her middle or the waist is lined up with the head of the man. Alright? So the imam, when he stands, alhamdulillah, he's standing in a right position. Okay? Jazakallah.
man position first before the woman?
Aina.
So brother, does that rule apply also to children, girls or boys? Does that rule apply to that?
That's a good question that I don't have an answer for it. But I will get back with you inshallah. Jazakallah khair. طيب. ويسن جعلهم ثلاث صفوف. Also it is the sunnah, doesn't have to be, but it is the sunnah that whoever people they are present, it is the sunnah to make them in 3 rows. To make them into 3 rows. Okay? ثم يكبر الإحرام. Then the imam, of course the people have to follow the imam also. The imam say Allahu Akbar, the first takbirah, تكبيرة الإحرام. ويتعود بعد التكبير مباشرة فلا يستفتح. In this one here, the imam, he goes straight and say أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم. There is no istiftah like you see in the other salat. There is dua of istiftah, but not in here. ويسمي, then he say بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم ويقرأ الفاتحة, and the imam recite al-Fatiha. Of course, remember this is silent. Okay? ثم يكبر. Then that imam will say Allahu Akbar. This is how many? What number of takbir is this one? The second one. So the people they say Allahu Akbar after the imam as well. ويصلي بعدها على النبي صلى الله عليه وسلم مثل الصلاة عليه في تشهد الصلاة. After the second takbir, then the imam and those who are after him, all silently, they at this moment after the second takbir, they say in the salat on the Prophet sallallahu alaihi wasallam, the same way you say it in tashahhud. Okay? Once the Imam finish it, he's going to say Allahu Akbar the third time. And then he will make the dua. After the third takbir, make the dua for that person or persons, okay, or children or a child. What is the dua? These different supplications. The Shaykh, he chooses something. He says, بما ورد يدعو للميت بما ورد. So it's good to memorize the dua that the Prophet ﷺ used to say. From this is اللهم اغفر لحينا وميتنا وشاهدنا وغائبنا وصغيرنا وكبيرنا وذكرنا وأنثانا. The Shaykh here, he mentioned إنك تعلم منقلبنا ومثوانا وأنت على كل شيء قدير. And in the footnote they says it is in Abu Dawud and Ibn Majah. But I checked in both Abu Dawud and Ibn Majah with the tasheeh and tahqiq of Shaykh al-Albani. This addition is not there. اللهم من أحييته منا فأحيي على الإسلام ومن توفيته منا فتوفه على الإيمان اللهم لا تحرمنا من أجره ولا تضلنا بعده. This is you memorize. That's what you say, the dua. And also he said اللهم اغفر له وارحمه وعافه واعف عنه وأكرم نزله ووسع مدخله واغسله بالماء والثلج والبرد ونقه من الذنوب كما نقيت الثوب الأبيض من الدنس وأبدله دارا خيرا من داره وزوجا خيرا من زوجه وأدخله الجنة وأعيذه من عذاب القبر أو عذاب النار وافسح له في قبره ونور له فيه. Of course, it's in this ad'iyah, they are in Hisn al-Muslim, in page 163. In the page 163, you start the invocation for the dead in the prayer. Just read to you the English translation. It says, "O Allah, forgive him and have mercy on him." That's why I said when they tell you if it's a woman, what you say, "O Allah, forgive her." Forgive her, okay? If it's more, you say forgive them. Alright? "O Allah, forgive him and have mercy on him and give him strength and pardon him. Be generous to him and cause his entrance to be wide and wash him with water and snow and hail. Cleanse him of his transgressions as white cloth is cleansed of stains. Give him an abode better than his home, and a family better than his family, and a wife better than his wife. Take him into paradise, and protect him from the punishment of the grave, and from the punishment of the hellfire." Okay, and there is the other one, says, "O Allah, forgive our living and our dead, those who are with us and those who are absent, our young and our old, our men and our women. O Allah, whomever you gave life from among us, give him a life in Islam. And whomever you take away from us, take him away in faith. O Allah, do not forbid us their reward and do not send us astray after them." And there is other supplications. And of course the Shaykh says, if the person that is being prayed over is a female, you change the pronoun. You change because in Arabic, as you mentioned, it is changed, and also in English, instead of him, it's her, inshallah ta'ala. So instead of Allahumma ghfir lahu, it's Allahumma ghfir laha, and the like. وَإِنْ كَانَ الْمُصَلَّى عَلَيْهِ صَغِيرًا. Now what if the person is a child? There is a special dua for the child. Okay, there is a specific dua in the Sunnah. What is it? Allahumma ij'alhu فرطا وذخرا لوالديه وشفيعا مجابا اللهم ثقل به موازينهما وأعظم به أجورهما وألحقه بصالح المؤمنين واجعله في كفالة إبراهيم وقه برحمتك عذاب الجحيم. You find it also in Hisn al-Muslim. You will find that the invocation for a child in the funeral prayer. He says, "O Allah, protect him from the torment of the grave." This is one dua. You say this, "O Allah, protect him from the punishment of the grave." Or you say also, "O Allah, make him I need help with this word." Huh? You have it in there? Are you reading the English too?
Preceding?
No, before that it says Precursor.
Precursor.
Precursor?
Precursor.
No. Precursor. Precursor.
No, spell it again.
Precursor.
No, precursor.
Precursor. Precursor. What is it? Farad. Nah. Precursor. A forerunner and a treasure for his parents. And an answered intercessor. And an answered intercessor. O Allah, make him weigh heavily in their scales of good and magnify their reward. Make him join the righteous of the believers. Place him in the care of Ibrahim. Save him by your mercy from the torment of hell. Give him a home better than his home and a family better than his family. O Allah, forgive those who have gone, meaning passed away, before us, our children lost by death, and those who have preceded us in faith. Now. Then the Shaykh, he says, after that, you make takbir. The Imam, after the dua, he makes takbir, the fourth one, right? And then he pause for a while, and then say, Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullah, one taslima on the right. Then the Shaykh, briefly, we finish this. He says, if a person come late, and a part of this funeral prayer, he didn't catch it, he will enter with the Imam and do whatever he's doing. Once the Imam make the taslim, that person make up whatever he missed. Okay? He make up, because now when he enters, actually, he don't know what the Imam, this is first takbir, he began to say what he says. But when the Imam say taslim, then the Shaykh, he says, if these people, they still managing to take the body outside, then he will continue the salat. Okay? But if he's afraid that they may take the body, like in Medina, subhanAllah, fast. As soon as Assalamu alaikum, they gone. Sometimes you want to know which Janazah. Sometimes they pray on, like, you know what I'm talking about? They pray on 7 people. And as soon as they finish, they get them out. The families take those bodies, and when you go to the Baqi' in Medina, and Janazah going here, Janazah go there, you don't know which one. But you just follow one. The Shaykh, he says, if he's afraid that he may miss the Janazah, then he will just say takbirat without saying Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, and make taslim. وَمَنْ فَاتَتْهُ الصَّلَاةُ عَلَى الْمَيِّتِ قَبْلَ دَفْنِهِ صَلَّى عَلَى قَبْرِهِ. Likewise, it is from the sunnah for a person who to perform the Salat al-Janazah at the grave, as the Prophet ﷺ done this. Likewise, the miscarriage. The miscarriage, if a woman have a miscarriage, she lost the fetus, and if he or she was at least 4 months or more, then yes, they are the Janazah to be performed on them. But if they are less than 4 months, there is no Janazah prayer over them. Next class we continue by Hamlul Mayyit wa Dafnuh, carrying the deceased and washing his and burial. وصلى الله وسلم على محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم تسليما كثيرا. نعم أخي.